on climate policies. And let me also introduce my co-chair, Angela.
Good morning, and good to be here with all of you. Thank you for joining us for this dialogue. I'm Angela Chir-Kalhauge. I am from the Environmental Defense Fund, based in Washington, D.C.
Angela and me are honored to be nominated by parties to serve you as the co-chairs of the mitigation work program for this year, 2025, and also next year, 2026. And this event will take place today and tomorrow at the Addis International Convention Center here in Addis Ababa in a hybrid format. And thank you for taking the time to join us both in person and virtually for this very important event. And this dialogue aims to facilitate a focused exchange of views, information, and ideas, as well as active participation of and interaction between parties and relevant non-party stakeholders. And we thank the high-level champions and their team for their support to invite non-party stakeholders in this dialogue. And without further ado, I would like to welcome the SBI Chair, Julia Gardner, for the opening remarks. And please join me in welcome Julia.
Thank you so much, Gail. And colleagues, on behalf of myself and the Substa Chair, Ambassador Adonia Abare, welcome to the, I'm going to make sure I get the title right, the 6th Global Dialogue and Investment Focused event under the Mitigation Work Programme. It's my great pleasure to open this event, and I'd like to start by thanking the co-chairs of the work programme, Angela and Gail, for their commitment and support for this important event, and for their energy in designing the program and bringing it all together. And thank you also to Bernd and the Secretariat team for their work as well. I'd also like to once again thank the government of Ethiopia for hosting this Climate Week and for your support for this event as well. We are very grateful for the warm hospitality that we've received here in Addis Ababa, and very much look forward to seeing a little bit more of the city. Colleagues, climate change is a global problem. It respects no borders. The response to climate change requires all of us to act with urgency and solidarity. And it is critical to deepen international cooperation, to learn more from each other, and to strengthen climate action across our countries. This is why these dialogues are just so valuable. They enable us to share best practices, challenges, and actionable solutions. Good practices can inspire action in many others. This particular dialogue and investment focus event also plays an important role connecting parties and stakeholders, including government officials, practitioners, experts, and financiers. The stage is set and the moment has arrived to engage in crucial discussions. Let us make the most of this opportunity. I encourage you all to be open, concrete, and collaborative, and build on the spirit of these dialogues over the last 2 years. I very much look forward to learning a lot from all of you and to witnessing you share your experiences and views and highlighting the opportunities for investment. We're now only 2 months away, of course, from COP30 in Belém, and with the submission of parties' next NDCs just before we gather in Brazil, COP30 will be critical in that regard and will, of course, have a critically important focus on implementation. And dialogues like this go a long way to strengthening that conversation and making sure we understand each other as we move forward. Along with discussions on adaptation and finance, the decision on the mitigation work program at COP30 will be an integral part of the success, and that will be capturing the good work that we've done at these dialogues over the year as well. So I encourage you all to use this critical time in Addis Ababa to engage across different groups, and to better understand each other's positions, to learn from each other's experiences and practices. Let me close by once again thanking our co-chairs, our speakers, and all of you for your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia, and we really appreciate you joining us here and for the guidance in our work. Now I'd like to provide you with some context on the dialogue under this work program. As you know, this work program was established to urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation during this critical decade in a manner that complements the global stocktake. Achieving the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement will require urgent actions that to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the coming years. Now, we believe that the work that we're doing under this program has a potential to become a unique catalyst for actionable solutions and international cooperation. As Julia rightly said, good practices can inspire action in different parts of the world. And that's exactly why what we need to address the gap in ambition and implementation. While parties consider progress of the work program at the negotiation sessions of the subsidiary bodies and the CMA, our focus today and tomorrow is specifically on exchanging views, information, and ideas on actionable solutions, opportunities, and best practices to overcome challenges and barriers, drawing on your national and regional experiences. The outcome of this work program will be non-prescriptive, non-punitive, facilitative, respectful of national sovereignty and national circumstances. My co-chair and I want to ensure that the global dialogue provides a safe space for discussion, and in other words, it is not a space for political negotiation. You'll have ample time for that in Belém. We will spare no efforts to make the dialogue useful to parties and stakeholders, and we'll do our best to reflect the inputs from parties in organizing the dialogues. I'd like to now remind you of the topics of the dialogue here. Considering previous CMA decisions and submissions from parties and non-party stakeholders, Gao and I communicated our approach for the topics during the 2-year term. We believe having a 2-year overarching outlook for the work program will not only provide a structured framing, but also offer predictability and direction. We also recognize that parties, observers, and other non-party stakeholders may provide further views on suggested topics in 2026. With this in mind, we outlined that these 2 years, of course starting earlier this year, we would address enabling mitigation solutions in the industry, AFOLU, and waste sectors, drawing on your national and regional experiences. So this dialogue, which we'll have today and tomorrow, focuses on enabling mitigation solutions in the waste sector, including circular economy approaches. Looking ahead to next year, we intend to cover industrial processes and product use, while also giving careful consideration to the submissions that you will provide to us, the submissions from parties and stakeholders that will be coming early next year. We thank all of you who provided us submissions prior to this session, including guidance and suggestions on speakers and the case studies that you will listen to in the coming days. Today and tomorrow is going to be organized under 2 broad areas of discussion. The first is on best practices and solutions to address challenges and barriers to mitigation action in the waste sector, including through circular economy approaches. The second topic is going to be on approaches to enable the means of implementation for these actions and solutions in the waste sector, including through the circular economy approaches. And for each of these areas, we're going to hear 2 scene-setting presentations by experts, and then we'll have a panel discussion among the experts on issues related to the themes of the breakout session. After the lunch break, we'll move into the breakout session to delve into the 2 themes and subtopics under the first area of discussion. And tomorrow we'll have the second set of breakout sessions on the themes under the second area. And during the breakouts, you will also have an opportunity for interactive dialogue with your fellow participants. I'll now pass on to my co-chair to introduce the scene-setting session and get us started. Over to you, Gao.
Thank you, Angela. And let me start with the scene-setting sessions. I would first like to invite Mr. Donovan Story from the UNEP, who is joining us virtually today for the scene-setting presentation under the area of discussion, the best practices and solutions to address challenges and barriers to mitigation actions in the waste sector, including through the circular economy approach. So, Secretary colleagues, would you mind to show the videos from Mr. Story? Dear colleagues, while we are taking care of the videos from Donovan, may I invite our second sitting presenter, Miranda, to come to the podium. May I invite Mr. Donovan Story from the UNEP? Would you hear from us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I'm happy to start now.
Oh, great. Great to see you. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, and it's my great honor to be able to speak
Just a
in
moment.
the morning session.
We can't hear you. Would you mind to check if you are muted?
Yes, I'm unmuted. You can hear me now, okay?
Yes, perfect. Please, you have the
Okay,
floor.
great. Thank you. It's my great honor. Thank you for the pleasure to be able to speak this morning. Thank you to Julia and the co-chairs and the Secretariat for framing this important event. As was pointed out, it's a very critical time at the moment, and that is providing us, I think, with great opportunities. So it's my great pleasure to provide a scene setting with a focus on waste, and then my colleague Miranda will be able to pick up on some specific examples of circularity, which I hope inspire a lot of positive thinking this morning as well. So the first slide here really is on where I'm from. I work at the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, which is convened by UNEP for the last decade and a half to specifically focus on short-lived climate pollutants, which I'll talk on soon, namely methane, obviously black carbon, HFCs, tropospheric ozone, and nitrous oxide. One of the key strengths really, and I think one of the things that I would like to really, for people to remember from today, is that the CCAC is a unique convening organisation for both state and non-state actors, for around 100 governments and state parties around the world, but over 130 non-government organisations, private sector organisations, and so on. And it's platforms like this which I think are really critical for us all going forward. The ability for governments at various levels and also non-state actors to work together to develop solutions and also to develop the science to drive those solutions. Next slide, please. So one of the key areas that we focus on, and which is extremely important, is this very rapid growth of what we call short-lived climate pollutants. In particular, we have the driving factors of methane emissions, which are extremely important. These provide us, though, opportunities in that they are short-lived, and while we focus on decarbonisation, which is a much longer process, focusing on short-lived climate pollutants, particularly methane emissions, gives us a critical opportunity to meet our ambitions under the Paris Agreement in a much shorter time. So for this week's convening, and particularly for this morning, focusing on waste also provides a really important opportunity to bring down greenhouse gases and to be able to address climate change in a much shorter time frame than just focusing on carbon dioxide only. Next slide, please. And there are a range of, obviously, strategies and opportunities, but I think it's very important to be able to understand that waste is such a critical sector for achieving these goals and for achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. Waste accounts for around 20% of anthropogenic methane emissions. It's also the fastest growing source of anthropogenic methane emissions. We also know that waste is very critical because projections will show that our creation of waste, our generation of waste, particularly organic waste, which is still the principal source of waste in the global south in particular, is growing at an exponential rate. So this is a sector in which it lends itself to an understanding of the urgent need for attention. But as Miranda will also point out, it's one of the sectors which lends itself to circular economy solutions. And I think it's really important to think about the problems of waste and the way that waste is increasingly driving climate change, but also the opportunities that the sector lends itself through a range of strategies, particularly around the circular economy. Next slide, please. And we can visualize that. We can see that now through increasing examples of satellite technology, of methane plumes from landfill sites, also their proximity to human settlements and populations. We understand that much of the historic greenhouse gases come from the global north, but in the context of waste generation, and particularly organic waste generation, we can see that the critical continents are actually to be found in Africa and Latin America, and to some extent South Asia as well. And so it's very important to come up with solutions which are applicable to the global south, which are relevant, they're investable, they create jobs as well and livelihood opportunities, but they also demonstrate a different pathway forward on waste. And I think this Climate Week is really an opportunity to think creatively around how we can deal with emissions from waste and how we can create opportunities also through those strategies. Next slide, please. Okay, I can't see the next slide. Oh, yeah, thank you. So one thing that the Climate Clean Air Coalition did with its government and non-state actors was create this waste and mitigation hierarchy. Many of you have seen a traditional waste hierarchy of the 3 R's or the 7 R's as some of them have become. But we created a waste and mitigation hierarchy to demonstrate the opportunities around waste management which support mitigation, but not only support mitigation in a climate sense, but also create different opportunities, whether they be through livelihoods and engaging with communities, whether they be economic, health and environment benefits, and whether they be investment opportunities, and particularly creating, which I'll talk about in a couple of minutes, this idea of, we use the acronym of ADVI, avoid, divert, valorize, and invest in infrastructure. And really our waste and mitigation hierarchy really speaks to the range of opportunities for action which exist and which can be applied in different settings and in different contexts and obviously different capacities as well. That's available on our website, and I think it's a really useful graphic of demonstrating all of the opportunities around combining waste management and mitigation. Next slide, please. And it's often in a combination of approaches rather than a single approach. And we'll see that, I've just got a couple of slides left. We'll see that through emergence in NDCs as well. So we know that in terms of waste management, that around 90% of methane emissions can be avoided using existing technologies. That is, technologies that are in play, that can be invested in now, and that are opportunities, particularly for emerging economies, to be able to adopt quite quickly and quite easily. We know that, for example, diversion and valorization has been practiced in a number of different countries and needs greater investment and economic support to be able to move to a higher level of impact. We know that there's a number of policies now in place to support different ways of managing waste as a resource. And we also know that there are a number of private sector operations and business opportunities, particularly small businesses, emerging around the waste sector. And it's really the understanding that it's not going to be a single solution in terms of bending the climate curve in terms of emissions, but it's going to be a combination of initiatives which are relevant for context. And I'm sure that Miranda will speak more on this in a few minutes. Next slide. We also have growing momentum at the international level, which is really a very positive thing. So in the last few COPs, we've seen waste move from a local concern, a national concern, to a global climate concern. And I think this has been a very positive thing for understanding waste as not just a problem for individual cities or countries, but it's a global, it should be a global source of attention. And particularly through COP28 and COP29 and going into COP30, we've seen great momentum on reducing methane from organic waste. There are over 66 signatories now to the COP29 declaration on reducing methane from organic waste, which really focuses on the ADVI model that I talked about before, but really looks at data, transparency, innovative partnerships, stepping up finance to be able to reduce methane from organic waste. And a number of countries that are represented here this morning are now signatories, and through our website, we also work with the COP29 presidency to encourage more signatories to this declaration, which you'll find online, and I'll really encourage that. It also brings great attention to municipalities and the importance of the low methane initiative to understand the needs of cities who are on the front line of waste management, to be able to approach waste management solutions from a mitigation and a climate perspective, which supports national level policies. Next slide, please. And very encouragingly, in a very positive sense, we're seeing a great increase in the attention of cutting methane in the waste sector through the current round of NDCs and recent discussions around NDC 3.0. In particular, over half of submissions, over half of 100 countries, for example, have now included measures to address methane specifically from waste. And as you can see through these examples here, these global examples, this is done through a variety of ways, which demonstrates the possibilities around mitigation in the waste sector, whether it be waste to bioenergy, whether it be banning organics from landfills towards diversion, whether it be using biocovers or supporting innovative industries such as black soldier fly technologies, or whether it's in the policy space as well, in terms of encouraging investment and private sector opportunities and livelihoods in the waste sector. Final slide, please. So I hope that provides a scene setting which is useful for this morning. As you can see, there are many opportunities. Waste is a great opportunity, and I think it's a great example of a sector which lends itself to broad discussions, from technologies to policies to livelihoods. It's a sector which lends itself to a lot of mitigation opportunities, and I think critically we can see in terms of estimations of future emissions, it's a sector which is going to be at the forefront of meeting our obligations under the Paris Agreement. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I wish you very well this morning and for the rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darwan. As you just highlighted, there are a lot of the actions and also opportunities across the world, and there is absolutely the need to reduce the emissions from the waste sector. While of course the livelihood around the world will increase, and of course the prosperity of all the countries and all the groups of people is our desire. And however, You also mentioned that the amount of waste will increase by over 70% by 2050 if we don't take the actions. And of course, we need the sustainable development, which means that for the waste sector, we need to reduce the emissions from the waste at the same time to reduce the waste itself. So by doing that, we think that the circular economy is a very important approach to that. So we would like to invite Ms. Miranda Schnickler, the climate lead at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and for her sensitive presentation. Before I give the floor to Miranda, I would like just to remind all the participants that the slides, the presentations will be online, but of course you are free to take pictures as well. So let me give the floor to Miranda, please.
Hello, can you hear me all right? Working? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Donovan. I think you're still online somewhere listening in. Thank you, co-chairs, Angela and Gal, for the invitation, and to the Secretariat. It's a real honour to be invited to join you today for what I consider a really important dialogue. Having heard about the emissions from the waste sector from Donovan, I'm going to seek to not duplicate what he said, but really complement it. So I will be focusing my presentation on what the circular economy approach really means, looking at how that relates to the waste sector. But as Donovan was alluding to, a circular economy approach takes us beyond just looking at one sector and actually looking at the value chain as a whole. So it's a really exciting space that cuts across things. It looks at what it's focusing on is where decisions, hang on, I haven't even started the slide presentation. Yeah, so what materials are used? Are these materials regeneratively grown? Are they second cycle materials? How are those materials being put together? Are they being assembled in such a way that they don't need to become waste? What are the business models that are being used to put the products on the market in the first place? Where does the incentive lie for people to keep that material and product in use? These decisions, which are all upstream of the waste sector, determine almost everything for the waste sector. And the twin aims of being able to mitigate emissions by reducing waste in the first place and ensuring that those materials that do fall into the waste sector aren't landfilled or incinerated, but can be repurposed. So as Donovan was alluding to, and I would thoroughly agree, I think this is a really exciting space in which a lot of innovation opportunities lie. Just as Donovan did, I thought I would introduce a bit who the Ellen MacArthur Foundation is. So our work is to accelerate the mission, the transition to a circular economy. That's our bread and butter. For us, we do this by developing insights on what the circular economy opportunity is, and that's based on 3 fundamental principles: eliminating waste and pollution, keeping products and materials in use, and consistently working to regenerate nature in this. It's an approach that can be applied to durable and biodegradable materials. For us, it's an approach that's very much about economic innovation, diversification, and in the context of climate change, it's also about resilience. And to link it back to the triple planetary crisis that UNEP often refers to, it's also about tackling waste and pollution, bringing solutions to climate change, and bringing solutions to biodiversity loss. In our work, we center on key areas that are critical, not just to demonstrating the progress, but are also highly relevant topics and urgent topics of the moment. So for example, we focus on the circular economy opportunity in critical minerals as part of the energy transition. We focus on the circular economy opportunity in plastics and packaging, which is such a familiar material in waste, and also the broader retail landscape, so food, textiles, electronics. As you can see, it's a vast range. And it's not just about insights, very in keeping with the moment, like we also are very focused on moving beyond insight to implementation. So we work with a network of over 200 businesses, international institutions, governments and cities, fellow NGOs and academics. What we do in our work is we not only try to understand the issue, but really importantly try and convene everyone together around a common vision. We find this is an essential piece of the work. And from that shared vision, develop implementation pathways. So to give you one example that links back to emissions mitigation, in our plastics work, which is where we started, together with UNEP, we developed a common vision from which a voluntary mechanism for businesses emerged for them to transition to the circular economy. This is called the Global Commitment. From that global commitment, the companies report annually on their progress. And from that, we know that the signatories have not only reduced waste, but also 3.4 million tons of GHG emissions have been avoided. So it's an example of where circular economy cuts across different outcomes. And as per this slide, it's also reflective of paragraph 36 in the first global stocktake, which we really celebrate as the first sort of official recognition in the text of circular economy's contribution to the mitigation space. I'm going to share with you a bit from one of our key insights works that zooms out at the macro picture. So whilst we too recognize that the energy transition is the key and biggest lever in climate action, switching the fuel source and improving energy efficiency cannot alone tackle all the emissions we need to cut. As you all know, and as these pictures or photos reflect, emissions emerge from landfill and incineration, regardless of the fuel source being used. They emerge from industrial processes, which Angela mentioned was going to be a future dialogue topic. So for example, when you're manufacturing cement, there are emissions that emerge regardless of the fuel source. How can you think about cement needs, uses differently to try and mitigate those? And they arise from deforestation and land conversion. So how can we think about regenerative agriculture also in the circular economy context? To address the 45% of global emissions that come from how we currently make, use, and discard goods and manage the land, we need other solutions. You'll be aware of technological solutions such as CCSU. You'll probably be aware of behavioral shifts such as behavioral solutions such as dietary shifts. But it's in this area that transition of how we make and consume, basically the circular economy transition, where it comes to play. Eliminate waste and pollution, innovate in product design, in business models, in infrastructure, and in policies so that materials can stay in use, and consistently work to regenerate nature. To get to that overarching number, we looked at 5 key materials. So in industry, we looked at steel, aluminium, plastics, and cement. These are obviously central materials to the built environment and infrastructure, transport, and plastic, of course, to multiple applications and frequently hit the waste sector. These actions, I think, are really interesting because they are circular economy actions that are affecting the value chain upstream. So from waste elimination, in our modeling, we found that 0.9 billion tons of CO2 equivalent could be saved per year to 2050. But then when you add into that, not just making the value chain more efficient and eliminating waste in it, but transforming how that product is used so it can be reused, and also looking at more opportunities for material recirculation, which you can see leads to the biggest reduction. Overall, from these 4 materials, there can be a 40% drop in emissions by 2050. As I mentioned, often the circular economy approach is seen as focusing very much on the durable side, but actually it's also applicable to the food system, or FOLU, which was mentioned earlier. Here, by eliminating food waste and composting, which is so often a key part in the waste sector, we can get to a reduction of 1.7 billion tons of CO2 equivalent per year. But when you then add in the upstream opportunity of transitioning to regenerative agriculture, again, you get a much bigger reduction and overall emissions reduction by 49% by 2050. These are in model scenarios, but I will come on to more practical examples. The other thing I wanted to touch on briefly, and I think subsequent presentations might dive into it a little bit more, is in addition to the business opportunities of redesigning products, redesigning materials, looking at business model innovation, there's actually a vast range of policy levers that can be pulled. We put together a framework of cutting the different levers into 5 broad buckets. As you can see, goal 2, which I've highlighted at the top, these are the most classic waste policies that you might be familiar with. So extended producer responsibility, collection and sorting policies, landfill and incineration restrictions. For us, we have a very particular focus on working to increase the uptake of extended producer responsibility across multiple materials, partly because that puts the producer's responsibility on the product's after-use stage, which currently is mostly not the case, and therefore requires companies to introduce products to a market where they're financing the collection and the treatment at end of life. Not only does that bring the downstream waste considerations to those upstream actors, but it also should create dedicated, ongoing, and sufficient funding that's needed to establish these collection systems at scale. Because, of course, there is an investment cost in making sure that these waste management policies are fully funded. So for us, that's a particular focus. But as I mentioned, only the waste sector policies will not be enough. Circular economy cuts across the whole piece. And so I hope as you head into the brainstorm, perhaps some of these 5 broad categories can lend inspiration. So policies that stimulate design in the circular economy, this can be sectoral policies in construction, agriculture and food, or even newer areas like product design criteria, for example, demanding that secondary material is used in plastic, so it's not always virgin material. I've touched on policies that manage resources to preserve waste, those are the more familiar ones in the waste sector, but then also some of the fundamental economics that shape how the market works in the first place. Subsidies, could they support circular economy uptake? Trade policies, could they do that? Also investment, there's obviously a need for infrastructure investment to get this to work, for skill investment, so capacity building and blended finance could be a key area. And then, of course, as it's a value chain question, value chains don't just exist within one country, so international policies and alignment on indicators is a further area. But I want to jump back before we go to a panel of organizations who will bring to life various business opportunities. I want to jump back very briefly to some of the work that we're doing with our network. So, as I mentioned, we work with a network of around 200 businesses. In this logo block, you can see some of the multinationals that we work with. Each of them are being in our network, they are working with the principles of circular economy to try and get that into their product streams. And you can see from these that there's a complete mix of sectors that are represented. So there's batteries, which we will hear more on shortly, there's furniture, there's digital technology, there's cars, there's healthcare equipment. All of these organizations are working to get circular economy into their core business. And one of the areas that we're seeking to help grow the investment that goes into circular economy opportunities is interesting. It's improving circular economy emissions accounting, because obviously a lot of things are based on a linear economy where you assume that everything ends up in waste. So one of the areas we're working on is with the GHG protocol, which is the leading methodology for companies to work out their scope 3 emissions, which is where most of the circular economy emissions sit. They periodically update their guidance. They are currently looking to do so and have had feedback from, not from us, but actually from lots of businesses, that there is a need to make sure that circular economy activities can be more fairly assessed and more accurately assessed. That would provide more data coming out of companies, which would enable more investment to flow to circular economy opportunities. So it's a parallel piece to the policy side, but something that we're actively working on right now. And that revision is the consultation work is running to 2027 when the new guidance will come out. And we're very much hoping circular economy be better integrated, because that will also support you in making sure that more data is on the market to know where the opportunity lies. That's an overview of how we see the circular economy approach. It touches on the waste sector, but also other sectors. And I'm delighted at this point to switch over to a panel where you can hear about specific examples. So some of our panelists are virtual, 3 of them, and 2 of our panelists are in the room. Could Neil and Polly please join me on stage? Great. Do we have the online panelists? Yeah. Shall I begin, or do you want to do a test? Okay, great. All right, I will introduce the panelists, and as they say the names of those who are online, shall I ask them shall they say hello so we can double check we can hear them? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Great, okay, so we have Neil Tangri from Gaia. I'm going to test myself, the Global Alliance for Incineration Alternatives. And we have Polly Tao from CATL. And online, please do say hello so we can check we can hear you. We have Jacob Rohaug from Tomra Systems. Can you hear us?
I can hear you very well.
Great, we can hear you too. Matthias Philipson from the Swedish Plastics Recycling.
Good morning from Sweden. I can hear you very well.
Brilliant, us too. And Dr. Nawaf Essam Bilassi from the National Center for Waste Management, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you again.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for the technology support. Neil, I was going to start with you. In Gaia's work, I believe your focus, not only in your name, is on incineration alternatives, but actually you work right across different sectors. It's really about the zero waste transition overall. You're an international organization working very much at the grassroots, I believe. I'd love to hear from your perspectives, because of that international angle and because of the grassroots angle, what are some of the most promising practices you see in terms of reducing GHG from waste? And also, is circular economy coming into that? And I think we have, if technology allows us, we have some images to show in the background to help make this real. Press it one more time. Oh.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you, Miranda and Donovan, and to the co-chairs. It's a delight to be here. And yeah, some of these images are some of the zero waste programs that we work on, just to put a human face to what we're talking about here. I really appreciate the way that you have framed this conversation. I think waste is such a complex topic that it is very important that we be really comprehensive in our assessment. And that means comprehensive across the life cycle, but it also means comprehensive in terms of impacts, right? So we're looking at methane reductions, also other greenhouse gases, hazardous air pollutants, groundwater contamination, right? There's a whole complex range of impacts to be considered. And that is why we have really embraced zero waste as a philosophy and a strategy. Zero waste is a comprehensive approach to waste management. It delivers very steep greenhouse gas reductions, both of methane and of the longer-lived greenhouse gases. It generates a lot of employment in both the formal and critically in the informal sector. It can help reach universal waste collection. This is a challenge probably in most cities around the world. And it can facilitate that. We've seen a lot of success in the Philippines, for example, that way. It's very fast to deploy, and it is less expensive than the alternatives. So we have really gone all in on zero waste. And zero waste is focused on systems thinking, following the waste hierarchy. Rather than a technology forward approach, it says, how do we work across all life cycle stages to reduce the amount and minimize the amount of waste going to final disposal? So that's the ultimate goal. And at the heart of zero waste is source separation. I think all of you have looked in your waste bin at some point and said, God, what a mess, right? Once it is all mixed together, there is very little useful anything that you can do with it. But each of the items that goes in there has value. And if we source separate, if we keep them separate from the point of generation, then the organics can go toward making compost, which keeps the organics out of the landfill, where they generate methane. They're the cause of landfill fires. They're the source of many of the hazardous air pollutants. And instead of being a problem in the landfill, they become compost, or they become animal feed. The compost can then be applied to fields, which reduces the need for artificial fertilizer use. So organics are a big part of the solution, and of course they're the largest part of the waste stream. Paper, metal, glass, etc. can go for recycling. This creates economic opportunities, particularly for the informal sector. And this combination, this two-step combination of handling organics and intensifying recycling can actually deliver net negative emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, for the waste sector. And then there's the upstream piece, which I think is the least explored. It's the one where there's the most undiscovered potential, particularly in terms of reducing food waste, as we heard earlier, and reducing plastic use. Plastic would be the fifth largest, if plastic were a country, it would be the fifth largest generator of greenhouse gas emissions. So that's a great one to really tackle upstream. So zero waste is a proven pathway to reducing emissions and handling comprehensively waste management. It is not a one-size-fits-all solution. It is a strategic framework that needs to be applied differently in different social, economic, and physical circumstances. So it's something that needs to be tailored to every city and every country. But generally speaking, there are a few conditions required for zero waste to succeed. We need strong governance and political will. That means committing to the goal and a pathway, and in particular, mandating source separation. We need investment, but not just any investment, right? We need targeted and right-sized investment. Think about neighborhood-size solutions, not big, expensive infrastructure projects, but funds that support job creation, ongoing operational expenses, community-based initiatives, rather than investing in white elephants. We do need infrastructure. Again, it should be right-sized infrastructure. Think about small collection vehicles, local material recovery facilities, compost sites. Many of these can be distributed, which reduces transport. And perhaps most critically, success depends on people and inclusion. Zero waste is a people-forward strategy. It relies on active community engagement. You give incentives and you do community outreach, and you will see good source separation behavior, which unlocks the potential of everything else. And in particular, there's a real importance to integrating the waste pickers, the informal sector, which is present in every one of our countries, Global North and Global South. This is a huge body, some 20 to 40 million people worldwide, with a lot of skills in this sector. And they are looking for financial support, they're looking for recognition, they're looking for social inclusion, social service programs, and that can unlock a huge, well-trained entrepreneurial workforce that is going to be critical to transforming the waste sector. So to sum up, I think waste, as Donovan and Miranda were saying, waste is a really exciting sector, and it is a sector where the Global South has opportunities to leapfrog over the Global North. I think it would be a tragedy if the Global South were to try to replicate what we have done in the Global North in terms of overconsumption, huge amounts of waste generation, investing enormous amounts in waste disposal infrastructure, and then finally coming around to realizing we need to tackle these things in a different way. There is an opportunity here for the Global South to do things very differently, much more strategically, and deliver far better outcomes. So I'll wrap up there. Thank you.
I'm learning my microphone etiquette. Thank you, Neil. Really interesting, and actually to what you were saying, waste is exciting, and every time I hear that, I think, oh my, the ship on waste being exciting has maybe sailed, but actually if you switch it mentally to resource, that is why it's exciting, because that is what it is. It's not really waste, it's resource. It's where we make things from. So yeah, great to hear your examples, especially from the grassroots level as well. Could you share just one example that you think really stands out in terms of measurable emissions reductions from your work?
So I had trouble choosing one, because one of the nice things about working on these kinds of decentralized programs is that there are successes all over the world in very different circumstances, in dense urban areas, in small rural communities, relatively wealthy cities. We have 500 cities in Europe committing to zero waste, as well as in the Global South. But I'll mention a city in South India, Thiruvananthapuram, or Trivandrum, as it's better known. It's a city of 1 million people, and they have a decentralized waste management system that's focusing on zero waste. It utilizes local composting, resource recovery, and it's really powered by active community engagement. So this is getting a lot of people to handle their organic waste at home or in small neighborhood centers, and currently they are diverting 80% of household organic waste away from disposal. That has an enormous impact on the methane emissions. Perhaps most astonishingly, they do it on an annual budget of $90 million for 1 million people. So it's one example. Now you're asking about what is the measurable impact particularly in terms of methane emissions. We have a number of models that can estimate that. As you may know, measuring methane emissions is extremely difficult and quite costly. But we do use a number of different models, and we're actually developing our own model that captures both the methane emissions as well as the full life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. So we're trying to bring together these two sides of the organics and the non-organics to get a complete picture.
Great, thank you. You touched on source separation in terms of organics, but also the important opportunity in paper, metal, glass, plastics recycling. Matthias, I was hoping to come to you because your work is at the Swedish Plastic Recycling Centre, focused very specifically on plastics with a view to keeping that material in use. My understanding is that from a climate point of view, your work is reducing incineration emissions because that plastic doesn't need to go to incineration, and actually you're reducing production emissions, the upside, because you're improving the supply of secondary materials. Your ability to do this, I believe, is very strongly linked to material separation, as Neil was saying. Can you tell us a bit about the technological advances that are helping you to do that and how that links to emissions reductions in your work?
Yes, thank you, Miranda, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about our experience in this field. As a company, our responsibility is to recycle all plastic packaging from households in Sweden once they are being collected. Our vision as a company is to make plastic packaging part of the circular economy. By doing so, we will save resources and, of course, lower climate impact. The key to circular economy is to preserve the value and quality of the materials as long as possible. And how do we actually do that? Well, when it comes to plastics, plastics is actually a group of different materials or polymers. In order to preserve those values and quality of each of those polymers, we need to keep them separated when they become waste. When plastic waste is being collected, those plastics are often mixed. So we need to find a way of separating them after collection, but before recycling. And in order to be able to do that, we built a very advanced sorting plant called Site Zero. And there's basically three things that are unique about Site Zero. First, the size. This plant can actually treat 200,000 tons of mixed plastic waste every year. And that corresponds to the amount of plastic packaging that is actually being put on the Swedish market every year. The second thing that is unique about Site Zero is the number of plastic fractions we can sort out separately. We can sort out 12 fractions of different polymers, and that covers basically all types of plastics that are being put in the packaging industry on the market. Third, but not least, the efficiency of this plant. We have the ability to sort 1,000 packaging every second. And we also can sort out 95% of the mixed plastic packaging that we receive and identify them and sort them out in those different fractions. And this is extremely important because by doing that, we can send this sorted high quality material to the recyclers so we can avoid incineration and preserve the value of the polymers. Before I get back to you, Miranda, I just want to say that one other unique thing that we quite early realized we had to do is to not only work as a recycler, we have to work through the whole value chain. And what does that actually mean? Well, we need to have a direct conversation with the producers of plastic packaging. So we are inviting them to our plant every second week. We educate them and they learn how their specific packaging will behave in this sorting and recycling process. Secondly, we need to work with the collectors, the municipalities and the public, because they are the citizens and they are source separating at home. So last year we had 3,000 people coming to our plant just to build trust in the system, educate people, and make them understand the importance of participating in this. Because circular economy, one of the biggest challenges is that every actor in the value chain has to do the right thing. It's enough that one actor actually, for instance, send the material to incineration, then the circularity is broken. So that's one of the biggest challenges, I would say, when we are trying to achieve circular material flows. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think especially the point that you were finishing on about being more than a recycler and linking back to the whole value chain, I think that's exactly what lots of us are flagging as one of the key considerations, and that translates into policy considerations as well. So Neil was talking about it not necessarily needing a lot of technological investment, but clearly yours is a brand new site, Site Zero. There is a lot of technology involved. Do you have a sense of how quickly advances like yours could be taken up in the waste sector more broadly? Like, what are the conditions for taking up the advances that you've made?
I think it will go quite quickly. I think Jakob will fill you in with other great stories about this technology. From our perspective, we have become much more competitive. And why is that? Well, because we are avoiding the costs of incineration. Instead of sending a lot of plastics for incineration and pay a lot of money, we can actually get paid from the recyclers. So I'm quite sure that many countries and companies will follow shortly. And as a matter of fact, there's only being built already plants very similar to Site Zero at the moment, right now in Europe.
Great, that's really encouraging to hear that there is also a strong business case behind this. Jakob, I actually think you work together with Matthias in some of yours. I think you partner with a lot of different organizations in your technology, and I think it's not only about recycling, but also reuse. Could you share a little bit about how your technology applies to different sectors in terms of cutting waste and cutting emissions?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I could talk about a lot of things. I will unfortunately only be able to grasp some elements of it. For those of you who don't know TOMRA, TOMRA is a company committed to providing sensor-based solution for optimal resource productivity. We do that within the food and agriculture industry, and what we will talk about today within the circular economy, waste and recycling industry. We have more than 50 years experience with circular value chains, and today we have systems in operation in more than 100 countries. One of our technologies is what we call sensor-based collection technology for deposit return systems. For those of you who don't know deposit return systems, these are waste collection mechanisms where when you as a consumer buy a beverage, you need to pay a small amount of a deposit when you're bottle or can is empty, you can return it to a designated site and you will claim your full deposit amount back. This is proven to be very effective. It gives waste a value, it incentivizes collection, it reduces litter, and it enables high-end recycling and thereby also reduction in greenhouse gas emissions linked to this. The collection technology is mainly served to provide a convenient collection option. It also provide transparency and accountability of the system. And there are more than 80,000 machines operating in today more than 50 legacy DRS systems around the world. Typically, a well-designed deposit return system will be able to provide more than 90% collection. And if we take example from here in Norway, we have 92% collection, and the system has enabled the industry to provide 80% close to recycling. In other words, for the whole PET bottle industry for beverages in Norway, they have reduced the need for virgin material by 80%. Of course, a massive contribution to greenhouse gas. Let me briefly touch on another technology that we have, and that is sensor-based sorting technology. And this is what is found in sorting plants like just described. And these automated sorting plants, you find them in waste sorting plants, you find them also in recycling plants, where we operate materials. So it does basically two things: make it simple, it recovers recyclables and valuables, and avoid them to end up in landfills and incineration, but rather stay in the economy for better use and avoiding the need for virgin resources. But it also helps recyclers to meet the right quality in their recycling process, so they can offer a safe and high quality raw material that can reach qualities for plastic, for instance, close to virgin-like material. We provide these sensor-based sorting systems into basically any kind of waste stream, solid waste stream. It can be end-of-life vehicles, end-of-life electrical goods. It can be household waste, source-separated fraction or mixed fractions. It can also be industrial and commercial waste, as well as C&I, construction and demolition waste. And it's used to sort anything from different types of plastic, different types of paper, textiles, wood, different grades of metal, printed circuit boards, and so on. If we look at one of the, let's say, we talked a lot of, it has been mentioned the importance of source separation today, and this is something we as TOMRA also truly recognize. It's absolutely essential to be in place for effective systems. But since we talk about best practices, I think it's worth also to notice that the municipalities that today are reaching the highest recycling rate overall for their household waste, but also in particular for plastic, they have one thing in common. They are all sorting the residual waste streams in addition to having source separation. In Europe, we will typically see that municipalities, and I can be specific in Norway, municipalities that are sorting the residual waste, they have 2 to 5 times higher recycling rate than those municipalities in Norway that only rely on recycling through source separation for plastic. This is plastic specifically, just to say that. But this is becoming more and more awareness around this, that if we really want to reduce what's going to landfill, what's being incinerated, and thereby also the associated CO2 emissions, keeping material in the economy, we need to ensure that we minimize by all means what is going, the waste flows that goes in that direction. And that can be done through sorting of mixed waste or mixed waste sorting. So yeah, I pause there for now, and back to you.
Great, thank you. And Matthias mentioned bringing lots of companies to the Site Zero in order to improve their education. I wondered, do you work closely with governments and cities to explain the technology that you have, work with them on the kind of infrastructure and infrastructure and systems that are needed in cities? You already mentioned municipalities. Is that something that you do, bridging the gap between the private and public sector?
Absolutely, that is something we do, and it derives from us being represented in large part of circular value chains and in many countries around the world. So we are very frequently asked about what works and what we have seen doesn't work, and we are happy to share that. So we also produced a lot of reports, papers. They can all be found on our website or by contacting me, and we engage in organizations like the WBCSD that are addressing the topic, like Ellen MacArthur Foundation, like the Business Coalition for a Global Plastic Treaty, and so on, to discuss and share information. So absolutely, that is something we would like to do. And I can mention one thing that we have done. We have made a report on the holistic resource system, is what we call it. And this is not about TOMRA, this is about summing up what municipalities around the world are doing and identifying what systems works the best when it comes to greenhouse gas savings, recycling rate, and cost efficiency. And if we combine all of these systems together, what will it look like? And we also modeled, what if everyone in this world were doing this like those who do it the best today? So no innovation required, no, all operational know-how, technology, or legislation to enable this system exists today. If we all did like those who do it the best, we could save close to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalents. So the same as removing 600 million cars from the road. So happy to talk more about that. I'll leave it for that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And yeah, great points there on the, I'm always too close to the mic. Great points on the need to involve everyone. It was touched on before, like the financial incentives that can be set up, for example, through the deposit return schemes, and the fact that you're sharing that back with municipalities to build, to get the infrastructure and the systems right. Dr. Nawaf, it's a good moment to jump to you, since you work for a National Centre of Waste Management. From your perspective in that National Centre and your experience, how can waste prevention and circularity be integrated into your waste management strategies to reduce emissions? What examples are there from your work?
Well, thank you so much, Madam Moderator and Secretariat, for your efforts and work, and good to be here. When we talk about reducing emission from the waste sector, it's important to be realistic. Waste prevention is often presented at the top of the waste hierarchy, but in practice, it's extremely difficult to achieve, particularly for developing countries. Consumption pattern, population growth, and industrial needs make it nearly impossible to prevent waste generation on a scale. What we can do, however, is to manage the waste in a smarter way that significantly reduce greenhouse gas emission. This is where circularity became very critical. Circularity does not need to mean capping raw material use from the upstream, which can be very restrictive and hinder many of the developing countries' economic and social developments. But instead, embedding efficiency, reuse from design phase of the product by designing the products to last longer, to be more easily repaired, or to be recyclable, we reduce the future emission impact of waste without creating barriers to the economic growth to the developing countries. An inclusive approach such as circular carbon economy provides a comprehensive framework. It recognizes that emission can be managed not just by reducing or reusing, but also by recycling, recovering and removing carbon. For example, many countries are already demonstrating how methane capture from engineered landfill can convert a dangerous greenhouse gas into a source of energy. This is not only mitigates emission, but also generates local benefits in terms of jobs and energy access. The key is to keep strategy bottom up, national determined and flexible. For example, EPR policies cannot be one size fits all. Countries need to develop their own policies and tools depending on their national circumstances, needs and capacities. Countries must be able to choose solutions that tailor to their own needs, which is social, economic, and environmental needs. But this requires strong means of implementation, finance, technology transfer, and capacity building from, for example, developed country to enable developing countries to meet their needs. In addition, there are a number of legacy waste generated from the past, which has resulted in high emission over time. This needs also to be resolved to reduce the overall emission. The legacy waste is just a huge issue that generated from the past from many of the developed countries, which carries this issue and need very realistic solution. Therefore, while prevention is not practically achievable, waste can absolutely be managed in a way that meaningfully reduce emissions, support sustainable development, and also advance the global climate goals.
Thank you very much. And I think your points there about everything needs to be adapted to the local context is absolutely critical. Just very practically, things like geographic distance is an important factor in determining how you can get the materials reused or recycled. And legacy waste as well, your point that is extremely difficult to deal with. We do need to deal with it, but it's also a huge reason to start looking upstream so that we don't end up with more mountains of legacy waste that are so difficult to manage and also lead to those high emissions. So thank you for flagging those. I was going to ask you what the most persistent barriers are to implementing the strategies locally. I am going to ask you that, but I want to frame it more in terms of they are the persistent barriers, so hopefully these are also opportunity areas that we can do something in, not just stop because they are barriers. So can you share some of that experience with us?
Sure, very good question. Thank you so much. I think the first is finance and infrastructure. Many municipalities lack the resources to build advanced facilities for methane capture, for example, energy recovery or large-scale recycling. The second is capacity. Even when infrastructure exists, there is often a shortage of technical expertise to operate and maintain system effectively. The third is policy and governance gaps. Local governance may not have coherence frameworks, enforcement capacity, or integration of circular economy principles into urban planning and waste services. These barriers are being addressed gradually. International cooperation underpinned by the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is very important. For example, developed countries have obligations to provide financial resources, technology transfer, and capacity building to the developing countries. At the same time, many municipalities are moving forward by piloting engineered landfill with gas capture, adopting locally adopted policies which tailor to their own needs. What is important is that solutions remain naturally determined, as I said earlier, bottom up and flexible, so that countries can scale up in ways that are realistic and sustainable to their own capacities. When these enabling conditions are met, local action become a powerful driver for emission reduction in waste sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. It's great to get the. Did somebody want to jump in? No. Yeah, great to get that perspective. Polly, thank you for waiting patiently. We've had examples from different sectors, several from plastics, but also other materials mentioned. At CATL, you're focused on the battery. Absolutely critical in the energy transition, but also reducing waste and associated emissions. How are you working to embed circular economy principles in the work that you do?
Thanks, Miranda. I'm very happy to be here with the audience and our fellow panelists here. A quick intro on CATL. We are the world's largest battery manufacturer. So about 1/3 of the EVs globally are powered by our batteries. We deliver those through 13 production bases worldwide. Other than EV batteries, we also provide stationary energy storage and battery recycling. Our customers include Tesla, Volkswagen, and BMW, and the likes. So you will see that the company's mission is really centered around electrification to replace fossil fuels and the way that we use our materials to ensure that's sustainable and responsible. So why circularity matters for us? right now we are actually seeing the first batches of batteries reaching their end of life. What's unique about the battery waste is actually it's of very valuable critical minerals. We're talking about lithium, cobalt, and nickel, which can be energy and emission intensive when they're extracted, refined, and processed. So we started doing battery recycling perhaps more than 10 years ago and building on our technology and expertise. In 2024 alone, we've recycled more than 130,000 tons of batteries, and our recovery rate reaches over 99% for nickel, cobalt, manganese, and 94% for lithium. This whole circular approach would reduce reliance on virtual mining and as well as lower emissions. However, we are seeing some of the challenges coming out right now. Part of it has been referred to by my fellow panelists. Jacob was talking about their deposit return system. Part of it is to incentivize collection, and that is why we are now looking at the ways to incentivize the collection of battery waste. And we do that through the battery swapping model. Just a quick explanation of that model. So when customers choose to buy their vehicles, they can also choose to just own the vehicle, whereas leases the batteries from us. So in that way, we separate vehicle ownership from battery ownership. Part of it is to improve affordability of e-mobility, and part of it is also help us to centralize the collection of batteries. And also a minor point is also to, I think, Dr. Nawab's point of maximizing the life use of the batteries. We now partner with more than 10 OEMs worldwide. We've standardized 2 battery types. And our plan is to roll out more than 1,000 battery swap stations this year, targeting 10,000 in the next 3 years. So through this exercise and this experience really, and that's what brings us to really align with Ellen MacArthur Foundation's principle of how to think about circularity from a holistic approach, not just from product design where we need to standardize our batteries, but also the recycling capabilities as well as business models to enable our collections. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Fantastic. Yeah, and great to get a sense of also the global reach that you're working worldwide with these different partners. As you're doing that and developing circular supply chains, basically, which is a huge transition, what sort of support do you need from governments and buyers to do that? Because you can't do it on your own, I don't think.
That's a very good question. I think, admittedly, the EV sector and what we talk about battery recycling is in very early stage compared to the other sectors. So policies are actually a little bit scattered to our experience. Now, some of the regions are more advanced. We do see a lot of policies from Europe, especially, on battery regulations, which sets out threshold for recycled content, for emission reporting rules, as well as battery passports. And in China, there have been enforcement against informal recyclers to improve the collection rate. But globally, there is a lack of coherent and clear guidances on how we can approach this business model and help scale recycling of the batteries. And where we are sitting in emerging markets, where EV adoption is accelerating in Africa and India and Southeast Asia, I think there have been a good point made already, I forgot whom from, but that there's huge opportunities to start from the beginning to do it in the right way. So it's the perfect timing for us to think about for Global South alignment on the policy frameworks to enable the specifics of take-backs, extended producer responsibility, as well as some of the recycling standards.
Great, thank you. So that gives us a sense of the 5 different panelists all working different parts of the waste sector, either directly or on different materials that they're working on. I'm going to ask them another question, but we apparently have a little bit of time, so after I've asked them another question, please do think about if you have any questions that you want to ask. There'll be a moment if you'd like to ask the panelists. So whilst you get your thinking caps on, I wanted to ask, and please give me a nod if you want to jump in and take this question first, but we've heard a bit about barriers, we've heard about your individual work, whether your companies, the materials you're working on. What excites you the most in this area? Is it the business opportunity? Is it the contribution to climate action? Is it the policies that you think are about to come onto the market? What is exciting in this area? Why do you get out of bed every day to make more of this stuff happen? Does anyone want to jump in on that one? Neil?
Yeah, so there are a lot of things that I find quite exciting. As someone who has been working on waste management for 25 years and sometimes felt like we were screaming about organics for the longest time, this is really the organics moment, right? Organic waste is more than half of the waste, the municipal waste stream in almost all of the world, certainly in the entire global south. And because the organics are the source of the methane emissions that we are really focused on bringing down as rapidly as possible, I think now we're finally able to give that the attention it deserves. And as I was saying, when we talk about circular economy approaches in not only in durable goods, but think about all of the valuable nutrients that go into food and how difficult it is to get them into the farmers' fields and then into the food and then onto our plates, and then they end up in a landfill or a dump site where they just cause problems. And so the ability to capture those nutrients and the implications for agriculture, for food supply, we have groups in Sao Paulo and Brazil who are doing peri-urban agriculture. So this is an income generation program using the compost from the city that then gets fresh food and vegetables to people who otherwise wouldn't have access to it, right? So there's all of these kinds of environmental justice impacts and knock-on effects that I think are incredibly powerful. And frankly, when you remove the organic waste from the waste stream, you're doubling the lifetime of your landfill, right? Because that's half of the waste stream. And suddenly everything else becomes much more tractable. So I'm most excited really about the organics, which is about the methane, but it's so much more than methane.
Great, and I guess with that, it's not just, you're cutting the methane emissions at the end of the cycle, but also if those nutrients are getting back to the farm, then you're also improving the regenerative agriculture that's taking place there, therefore also helping with adaptation, making sure better sequestration is possible through nature. Yeah, great, looking at the whole value opportunity. Does anyone else want to share why they get out of bed in the morning to do this work? Matthias?
Yes, we live in quite critical times, I would say, but in critical times, there's a lot of opportunities as well. And I think I speak for everybody in Swedish plastic recycling. Of course, we want to do the right thing. And one of the nice thing is, of course, also to become competitive. And we considered other recyclers as basically friends. The biggest competition comes basically from incineration plants, which it's an alternative that is obviously not circular, but also from what we tend to call downcyclers, because the definition of recycling is quite generous, at least within the EU. So it's not mandatory to sort every plastic or polymer separately and to recycle them separately. Instead, you can actually melt it all together and make low quality products like park benches or anything else. The problem with this is that regardless if it's closed loop recycling or downcycling, it's considered recycling in the statistics. So this is quite a challenge for us, but we probably will get there and educate politicians, lawmakers in order to define high quality recycling separately from regular recycling.
Great, thank you. And Jacob, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I love to share a bit about what excites me. And I think I've been in this business for 27 years, and I find it very exciting, the shift we're seeing, let's say the last, less than 10 years, the last 5 years probably. And that's a recognition that policies are needed and that good policies exist. Good policies that really drive improved sustainability, reduced littering, reduced greenhouse gas emission and so on, but also works with businesses. I mean, there are good policy and not good policy, but there is now today by a larger group, recognize that if we want to solve this critical problem, we will not do it only through voluntary initiatives. We need help from policy. And if this policy is done right, it can create a level playing field for industry. It can nurse innovation. It can spark investments. It can overcome some of the financial challenges that very often municipalities see in terms of implementing effective waste management system. And the fact that we now see businesses around the world calling for legislation, that is a shift, which I think is very much needed and gives me hope and makes me wake up in the morning with energy.
Great, thank you. So I hope that's helpful for the dialogue that's to come, that actually people are looking for these policy solutions, and it's part of making this shift possible. Dr. Nawaf, did you want to come in on this?
I think one aspect that excites me under the waste sector is the circularity, which is embedding efficiency, durability, repairability, and recyclability into the products. This is existing because it reduces the future emission burden of waste without shifting economic development or creating foundation for a less wasteful economy. This starts from the design phase and not from the upstream. The use, for example, we are here not like, for example, targeting the upstream at all. It's only during the manufacturing phase, which is following the upper stream. And I just want to give one example of the use of the secondary materials. Frequently that what we see, for example, diminish the product quality. Therefore, sourcing from the raw material from the upper stream is very important to maintaining the standard of the product and the health of the consumer, who are sometimes the human being, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Holly, did you want to jump in at all? Or?
I maybe just briefly mention that one of the promising areas that we're watching out for is also second life batteries, to find another ways for the battery waste from EVs to be used perhaps in energy storage, stationary energy storage. Actually, when EV batteries reaches the end of life, they still have about 70 to 80% of their original capacity. So if they can be used in renewable energy systems, it can help stabilize the intermittent power and to balance local grids. But obviously, there are a lot of challenges or barriers to go through from the policy perspective, from the technical perspective, as well as from an economic perspective, to have the right standards, guidance, and certifications to ensure the safety use of these batteries to be integrated into grid.
Great. So both a recognition of the fact that there are a lot of barriers, but actually going back to that point that in trying to find solutions to emissions from waste, for all companies, there's an opportunity to actually think beyond the their traditional realm, right? So for you, that would be expanding into a new market, which links back to this being a viable economic approach, not taking away from the need to have economic resilience, to have economic growth, for there to be the provision through that. Does anyone from the floor have a burning question for one of the panelists?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Soumitra Saxena. I'm part of the Saudi Arabian delegation. I want to highlight that all sorts of recycling generate secondary waste that is many times more hazardous than the primary waste, and hence many of these recycling solutions fall short of being comprehensive solutions. So I believe technology infusion from developed and more technologically advanced countries is needed to support many of the recycling initiatives in the global south. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And in the room, I saw two flags, European Union and then Grenada. If you could use the mic in the middle, in the aisle, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. And as this is the first time I take the floor, I would like to thank the host, Ethiopia, and also the co-chairs and the secretariat for organizing this interesting exchange and with very complimentary and insightful presentations. End of pipe waste management is of course important, but we see that the real challenge is to shift to circular economy approaches, as also has been highlighted in your presentation in the GST decision. We are very, very happy that the co-chairs included this like in a coherent program for this dialogue. Because extracting and processing raw materials, including fossil fuels, is responsible for almost 50% of global emissions, and that's the real challenge that we need to address. We liked a lot the references to the need for a systematic approach, and also that we really need a coherent mix of policy instruments. Now I'm coming to a couple of questions I would like to pose. The first one is that there was, I think, the gentleman from Gaia who mentioned, I don't remember exactly which presentation it was, that this is an opportunity also for the global south to leapfrog the global north. And I would like to ask whether you could elaborate on a couple of practical examples how this is possible. And you also mentioned, I believe, that the social dimension, which we think is also very important in this whole context, also that we need a just transition to take everybody with us and to leave no one behind. And you mentioned the importance of involving the informal sector. I would also like to ask whether you could elaborate a little bit on practical examples. And finally, the colleague from CITL, you referred to the lack of global guidance. And my question would be, how could global guidance be enhanced, improved, and could there be a role for this process to give signals, like in the context of our discussions on the MWP, to give signals to the relevant actors on how to, let's say, how to come to a more coherent guidance at the global level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the question from Grenada, and I also see Bolivia, and then I'll let the panelists answer. Neil, I think that first one will be to you, and Polly.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I'd just like to say thank you, to echo the sentiments of the previous speaker relative to those expressed to the Secretariat, the organizers of this meeting, and to the government and people of Ethiopia. Just also like to thank all of the presenters. In terms of the information, it has been quite informative. I have a couple of questions. I'm not sure who they would be posed to, but against the backdrop of more than 8 billion of us presently in the world, inhabiting heterogeneous locations where seasonality influences options and decisions, and based on these differences where individualism and cultural preferences are key, how do we reconcile, if you will, the principles and actions of the circular economy in the fashion and entertainment industries, for example? And my other question is, what do you see as the challenges for implementing circular economy in small island developing states who are principally consumers of products and not innovators, and don't have the infrastructure capacity, and there are other limitations to implement fit-for-purpose requirements, be they incentivized mechanisms or so forth? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before you go, just to make sure I captured it, the challenges in small island states and the opportunities in other sectors, such as fashion. Was that your first question?
No, the first one was against the backdrop of, you know, the variety relative to the different locations globally, how in the two sectors of fashion and entertainment, perhaps, what challenges may exist in terms of implementing the principles and the modalities of the circular economy. And then the second one, those challenges that they would see relative to small island developing states being able to really implement the concepts of circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question, this emerged from after what Neil presented, and I wanted to ask similarly along the lines of what EU asked, but a different spin, of course. You said that Global South has opportunities to leapfrog over the Global North, and we don't have to replicate the Global North. We also heard from Matthias that there is still a need to educate politicians, even in Europe, on recycling, and there is a competition that that is faced from the incineration plants. We also heard about challenges of the that the Global South face that were explained by Mr. Bilasi. So how can the Global South really leapfrog with the challenges that exist? You mentioned Trivandrum, but that's one pocket in India. The other parts of India don't really follow the same example. So how does it, how does the Global South really leapfrog with the challenges? Thanks.
Great, thank you. I think we'll take answers to those questions, and then I think I just saw, I gather that is, 1 second, let me just get the name right. Women and Gender Constituency, and then did I just see South Africa? Yeah, okay, great. We'll do those after the first 3 questions. Neil, do you want to pick up on leapfrogging in the Global South, the social dimension, and then actually Polly, if you would like to come in as well, thank you.
Yes, let me try to address that briefly. And I'll take an example, a concrete example from Europe. Sweden, and I think that's actually true of Denmark and Netherlands as well, invested very heavily in incineration capacity. And then, having done that, then started implementing large-scale recycling programs. And they discovered that they had overbuilt incineration capacity. So now they are importing waste from other countries in order to burn it. So that to me is a lesson in the dangers of reversing the waste hierarchy. When we focus on disposal first, we will overbuild capacity for disposal, whereas we really need to start at the top, which is with the waste prevention. And so I think this is an opportunity for the Global South. As those systems are built out, we know that population growth, waste generation growth, we saw Donovan's slide, is going to be primarily in the Global South. If we build waste disposal infrastructure for all of that, it is going to be extremely expensive, and it is going to give us very poor environmental outcomes. And if we instead do what the Global North is now somewhat belatedly doing, and I could speak about my own country, the United States, which went for landfills instead, and is now slowly realizing that we should not be putting everything into landfills and we need to tackle things upstream. The Global South instead focuses on the upstream and the midstream, then I think you will get much better results, and you can also do it far more cheaply. And I will add another challenge that the questioners didn't ask, but we see right now that finance is misdirected. 94% of the methane abatement finance, so we're in the last year, or this is 2024 statistic, which is over $4 billion, went to waste incineration and RDF, and only 1% went towards organic waste management. When we know that organic waste management is the fastest, the most effective, and the cheapest means of reducing methane emissions, it makes no sense to be sending the money to other alternatives. So these are where I think the Global South has a chance to leapfrog. And to bring in the question of the informal sector, this is a resource that is particularly well developed in the Global South. So we do have programs in, you were mentioning India, in Pune. There is a waste pickers union there that actually has a contract with the municipality to collect source separated waste, and they are composting the organics. We are seeing similar programs taking off with waste pickers in Brazil and Colombia and Chile. And we're actually working on some of those. So I could go on for quite a long time. I don't want to take up too much time, but I think that the advantage of having this labor force that has an entrepreneurial bent, is very interested, is already working in the waste sector with just a little bit of institutional and policy support and some small-scale finance. I think you can see transformative solutions there that we are still many years away from achieving in the global north.
Thank you. Polly, did you want to jump in?
Maybe I can just start answering the second question on the sounds good. Thank you for that question. From the EU, the question broadly is about policy guidances for battery sector, both for recycling as well as second use, perhaps. When we are talking about policy guidances, it can actually be drilled down to the nitty-gritties. So from an EU perspective, we have the battery passport, battery regulation, and part of it has a very strong focus on sustainability aspects. So that includes recycled content target, emission rules, as well as how to exchange the digital data in the form of battery passports. Even if you just take the carbon rules, how to account for the emission footprint of batteries as well as recycled batteries on a life cycle spectrum is actually pretty difficult. We have to rely on the data points, the parameters that goes into it, emission factors, for instance. When you talk about recycled batteries, what is the lifetime of it? Is it the first primary production, secondary production, or maybe the third time we recycle it? So it really goes into the nitty-gritties and how it can be aligned across different regions, and we can sort of, for different governments to agree on a framework to move forward for us as business to really help scale up these efforts around the world. Now, 1/3 of our revenues is, I think a significant portion of our revenues is overseas. So, and that's why we're very interested in seeing that global collaboration on the policy side. Specifically, other than emissions, there's also obviously safe assembly, battery state of health testing, or recycled content verification, and the right certification mechanisms. And for second use, there's also rules around battery ownership and standard for reused batteries. So those are probably the smaller things that we're very interested in, and to hear from different governments and policymakers how you think it's the best way and how we can help.
Thank you. There was a question on the variety of materials and how to deal with that. Jacob, I think your technology actually does work across a variety of materials. I know we focus quite a bit on plastics. I think when I was looking at your website, you also said that you worked in various industries. Do you have any reflections on how this applies across, for example, textiles was mentioned. I don't know if that's one of the sectors you work in, but I think you do work across variety. Do you have any reflections to share to that question?
Yeah, I can comment a bit. I mean, we are involved in almost any kind of solid waste and a wide variety of materials. That's true. Why we talk a lot about plastic is, first of all, it's a massive volume, but it's also the area where I think the solutions probably have come the furthest. When we talk about solution, it's not about technology itself. So we can sort plastic into different fractions, but we are not doing this in practice unless we have systems, policies, financial drivers around it to make it work. And when you talk about textiles, for instance, I think there we are on a much more immature level than we are when it comes to plastic, for instance. Recycling, so efficient mechanical recycling or efficient chemical recycling, even reuse system for textiles. I mean, they need to come about because it's massive emissions linked to the industry. But the systems are not in place yet. We have technology that can sort into different grades of different materials of textiles, so cotton, blends of cotton and polyester and so on. But collection systems, financing system, recycling capacity, all of this is missing. EPR for textiles is being talked about. It's going to be essential to get this in place. I think we can learn a lot from how we have addressed plastic or the solution that we see work for plastic when we address textiles. And we need to do it, but we need a little bit of time. We need to work together, both from industry to support it, but also governments, policymakers. They are essential to engage business and drive us, give us the predictability we need to invest and invent and drive these solutions forward.
Thanks so much for coming in on that, Jacob. I'll just say a little bit and then come to you, Dr. Noah. At the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, so we also work on textiles as well as plastics as well as food, and we're now starting our work on critical minerals. For us, the principles stay the same, but obviously each time, just like you need to observe the local context, you also need to understand the industry and what's specific to it. For example, a huge difference between textiles and plastics is plastics packaging is usually not the item that you're really wanting to buy. It's the thing inside the packaging that you're wanting, and so the emotional connection to plastics packaging that's not a driver. Textiles is completely different, right? Like fashion is an expression of yourself for many people. There's an emotional attachment to that item. So sometimes those sort of drivers can also lead to like the creation of different incentives for people to engage. So we have, for example, in our work with the fashion or textile sector, a completely same principles but a different vision developed. So I think taking account of the particularities, for example, batteries is yet again completely different. You do need to factor that in. In terms of, I don't know if anyone on the panel can really answer to your small island state question, but I do know from our work that when we've tried to engage with different regions, we have engaged with SPREP. I no longer remember what it stands for, but it's a group from the Pacific Islands. I believe they might be on a panel tomorrow afternoon, working exactly on that question of making sure that small island states are part of the conversation in terms of developing circular economy solutions. In fact, I think we held a conference with them in Australia and New Zealand a few years ago. So perhaps I can connect you with people afterwards, and also there is that panelist tomorrow that can go further. Dr. Noah, do. Is it on small island states? Brilliant.
So I just wanted to add that we also have a Zero Waste Islands initiative that is also mostly focused in the Pacific, but I think would welcome new members from the Caribbean and elsewhere. And I'd be happy to put anyone in touch for that.
Great. Dr. Noah, thank you for being patient. Please do come in.
Thank you, no worries at all. I think most of the time we hear many ambitious calls from many of the developed countries for to meet specific targets or measures to be implemented in the local or the national level. However, for the global south, they do have barriers and they do have challenges they are facing to meet all of these ambitious goals. For example, financial and infrastructure gaps, like municipalities simply lack the capital for advanced facilities like engineered landfill or large-scale recycling plants. meaningful implementation in this way very important. Capacity shortages. Even when infrastructure exists, there is a critical lack of local technical expertise to operate and maintain these systems effectively over the long time. So the experience transfer is very critical to the global south. That's things from my experience. The principle of CBDR is very important to be effectively implemented to meet all of these goals, especially for the global south. In my view here, and my experience, developed country parties have obligation to developing countries to meet all of these goals. Thank you again.
Thank you. Granada, I underplayed the level of knowledge on small island states on the panel. I forgot that Donovan was still listening in, and I think he has some content to share. So Donovan, are you there? Can we hear you if you come in on that question?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, Miranda. You can hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Thank you. Great. No, I think that's a great question. And obviously we've seen that SIDS, and particularly the Pacific region, have been very active in terms of the ICJ advisory opinion a couple of months ago, which really showed their ambitions in leading on climate issues and also on innovations, really, in terms of that advisory opinion was extremely important. I think that on small island developing states, they obviously have a necessity of being very vulnerable in terms of land size in managing waste, particularly complex forms of waste. And here, I think the relationship with the blue economy is very important. SIDS face very significant challenges in terms of managing land-based pollution in terms of their blue economies. And particularly wastewater is a major concern in terms of wastewater treatment as well, which should be included. I think there's a range of examples. Miranda pointed out to SPREP, the South Pacific Regional Environment Program, and working through regional bodies is very important for SIDS rather than acting independently in terms of learning from each other over what works. I think that there has been a move in several small island developing states towards bans of plastic bags, for example. It's a very difficult product and a very damaging product for small island developing states. So certainly banning certain materials and packaging materials, I think through policy and regulation is critical. I think working with tourism operators is very important for SIDS, developing positive relationships with large tourist operators in terms of managing their own waste and taking responsibility for waste is extremely important. We know that tourism has a much larger waste footprint than domestic populations in small island developing countries. I think there is a need for very strong regulatory frameworks on extended producer responsibilities in terms of products that are sent to small island developing states, and EPR has a very important role to play, I think, in protecting small island countries from being left with technologies and polluting and damaging materials which they can't recycle or can't very economically dispose of, including return to recycling facilities in larger countries, is very expensive. I think finally, there's a need to think about innovative business solutions in small island developing states, particularly around organic waste. Many are still at an early stage of waste transitions, and there is a need to think about small business opportunities. The proximity to waste systems, sources of waste in SIDS is actually is a strength in terms of accessing forms of waste for small businesses. So I think there are a lot of challenges in SIDS, but I also think there's a lot of opportunities and some good experiences to share. As you pointed out, we'll hear more from SPREP and others over the next couple of days. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Donovan, and Granada. I hope we did manage to answer your question, at least in terms of links to follow up with. I also forgot to mention that there is the Latin American and Caribbean Coalition on Circular Economy. So that too, and I know that that coalition is also working very closely with the Brazilian presidency on making sure that the circular economy, waste mitigation, emissions mitigation work can be further discussed and taken forward through the COP process. So yeah, happy to follow up separately. I'm now told that coffee is waiting, so we still have 2 questions, but both to the questioners and to the panelists, we will try and make our answers short and snappy. Could the women and gender constituency come to the mic and ask their question, and then after that, South Africa? Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. So women are an important force in waste collection and recycling, and they often have no social protection measures and must combine this hard work with care work, suffering from a huge time poverty. They are also subject to greater marginalization and discrimination in a sector that is already quite stigmatized. Do you know of any successful case studies in which gender-responsive approaches have been included in waste management and circular economy policies that are gender-responsive? And if not, how can they be included? Thank you.
Thank you. Neil, from your work with the informal sector, is that a particular angle that's come out?
Yes, gender issues are very important, particularly in the informal sector. Where informal waste workers do tend to be drawn from more marginalized sectors of society, and in some countries that means a very high proportion of women. So I would point to some of the successes in India in particular. There are organizations like KKPKP in Pune, Stri Mukti Sangatana in Bombay, Hasirudala in Hyderabad, and these are organizations that have really taken a very gender-forward approach to organizing waste pickers, and notably these are self-organized organizations. So these are organizations of waste pickers who have come together themselves to address their social and economic circumstances, and so they are really leading in the charge. And I think it speaks also to the necessity of integrating waste strategies with local social and economic circumstances. They are different in different places, certainly in different countries, but also even within a country. And so the ways that we go around about tackling these really need to be driven by the people on the ground.
Thank you. Yes, South Africa, could you come to the floor? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity. Also, thanks to the hosts and to the Secretariat for the arrangements. My intervention is structured in 2 parts. First, I'll ask a question, and then I'll give a national level perspective. So maybe I came in a bit late, apologies for that, but there was the scene setting presentation. There were some stats provided, especially on waste from food systems. So I just maybe have one question there. It's in relation to the region where the bulk of the food waste and food waste emissions originate from. Maybe if the presenter can give some insights there. On the national level perspective, so I'm from, as you heard, from South Africa. So if you look at our emissions profile, our greenhouse gas emissions profile, about 4% is from the waste sector. So that's the lowest compared to the other sectors. And the bulk of it is actually from wastewater treatment. That is 44%. But if you look at solid waste disposal, about 41.5% is from solid waste disposal. So I mean, I just want to comment here that if one looks at the emissions profile and what's been presented, that we need seeing that mitigation potential is quite small in our waste sector. So I think more emphasis should be given to, sort of economic opportunities and sustainability in the sector. We also have a waste management strategy in the in my country, and that is legislated by our Waste Management Act. So what we realize is that transitioning to a zero waste economy is actually more important in the context of sustainable development, especially in the sector, but also in the economy as a whole. And I think this is especially true for a lot of global South countries, the issue of job creation and poverty eradication through the waste sector. It's also through the work we're doing, we're trying to ensure the effective and efficient delivery of waste services. As we know, a lot of countries in the global South is actually informal. So that's where the informality component comes in, the rural dimension. So I think it's also important in this context, and also that we grow the contribution of the waste sector to the economy and especially to people's livelihoods. But more important is to actually try, as we've heard, there's no one size fits all. So for all countries, it's site specific, but I think it's important that waste management be looked at from an integrated perspective. Lastly, maybe just to emphasize that in my country, we actually have a waste flagship project. And this is more to look at organic and plastic waste. We're in the process of conducting a feasibility study. And what we've seen from this feasibility study is that we'll actually need about $250 million just to install facilities to help in $250 million US to install facilities that will help in waste diversion, but also in emissions reduction. So what we see in the waste sector, and if we want to address sustainable development, as I said, poverty eradication, address people's livelihoods, make sure that people have effective and efficient waste services. What is actually becoming clear is that countries in the global South actually need a lot of resources, especially when it comes to the waste sector. Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you. Just a few reflections, and Neil, do you want to add on the food system in a second? I'll touch on it, but well, I was going to say thank you for flagging that. Like, obviously, the waste sector, when you look at the macro picture, is not necessarily the biggest emitting sector. Nevertheless, I think hopefully what we as the panel and scene setters have managed to draw out is that there are emissions to tackle within the sector, but also the knowledge of this sector in terms of informing the upstream sectors and getting some of those to transition. Angela at the start mentioned that your next dialogue will be on industry and processes there. I think Matthias and Jacob both mentioned the importance of bringing upstream businesses to the waste management sector to learn the best practices, to re-inform how the beginning of the value chain works. I think there's the emissions in the waste sector itself, and then the extra benefits that can come from trying to solve this problem here and looking upstream where all the connections are. On the food system as a whole, so yes, we in our implementation work have run a project called the Big Food Redesign Challenge, inviting companies and startups from all over the world to submit circular economy solutions. I think what was really interesting for us is just to recognize how complex that value chain is. It's not as simple as the apple grows on the tree and within seconds it's passed to the consumer. There is a long value chain in between, and there are many stages along that can lead to a transition. For us, the regenerative agriculture shift is huge, so that's way before we get to the waste sector, but a really important part and key to emissions mitigation as well. And then, of course, as Neil has been mentioning, once it is in the waste sector, making sure that those nutrients are better used and not creating the methane challenge, which currently so often happens. Do you want to add anything, Neil, on that? Or You're fine. Okay, great. Thank you so much for listening, for your questions. I'm delighted to have had them. I was terrified you were going to leave me hanging with no questions at all. So thank you for bringing diversity to the room and through that, for thinking about small island states, thinking about different sectors. Thank you to the panelists for sharing from across different sectors, and of course to the co-chairs for bringing us together. I hope you enjoy a very good coffee, plenty of time to exchange further on the topics, and then we'll reconvene with the co-chairs bringing us back together, and there'll be the second set of scene setting and panels. Thank you very much, and to everyone online.
Colleagues, I have two very short announcements. One, the coffee is served outside. We will reconvene in 10 minutes here. And for everyone who is collecting DSA, please do so today, because only today the DSA office is open. To find that place, follow the signage. Enjoy the coffee.
I saw you. I wonder where you guys are. I wasn't sure that I didn't know. Was there a little gesture? Oh, you're good. I thought it was wonderful. When did you get to? I don't know. I got your teeth. Yeah, I got your teeth. My whole focus was to just finish. It's great.
Hi, how are you?
Very good presentation.
Thank you. You're from Bolivia then?
I am from India, representing.
You're representing Bolivia.
All right, I'm Carmen, representing Palau, but also.
I'm Indian American, but not representing you. Very nice.
I actually work with the Nina.
Okay. How is she?
Old friend.
Sorry.
Lots of India examples.
Yeah. Sure.
Africa region at the World Bank. So Catalina, thank you for joining us at this early hour in DC, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Angela. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Good morning,
I'm not
everyone.
sure if the on-site, if the co-chairs can hear you. I think there might, let's wait them for a bit maybe.
Okay.
Hello, Angela, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. We're just waiting to get the visuals up on screen. So just just 1 second. Thank you. Perfect. We now have you on screen, so please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, great. Hello, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this great discussion. It is really a pleasure to be here, in spite of the early hour, and it's great to be joining you and hoping to have a good second session after that very successful first one. So I cannot see my slides, but I'm going to try to go through them, and so that you can scroll through as I go through. I want to start with two very quick slides to frame the rest of my conversation today. The first one is to present a number of figures from a publication that the World Bank issued a few years ago that is being updated, that says that the amount of waste generation at the global level is expected to increase by 73% by 2050 relative to 2020, and expected to reach about 4 billion tons per year. Oh, I see the slides now. Thank you very much. So this is a staggeringly high number, as we had discussed in the previous session. Next slide. And as trends vary across the regions, but we know that the two regions where most of this increasing generation is going to happen is Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Next slide, please. The next slide is blank, and I wanted to just take a second and pause here to let these numbers sink in, and to say that while we are seeing approaches to waste management and to circularity that are evolving all over the world, and very, very good examples of how things should be done in Europe and all over the developing world. By and large, in low income and in low middle income countries, the trends are going in the wrong direction. To just give you a couple more figures, in low income countries, only 28% of the waste is being collected, and a fraction of that is being actually managed in an adequate way. At the global level, 30% of the waste that is generated, of those 4 billion tons in 2050, or 30% of that is openly dumped, is not even collected. It goes straight into the environment. So what we need are solutions now that are scalable and effective to reverse these trends and help us manage waste more effectively and reach to circularity. But we have to start by stopping that waste going into the environment, and that is where the trends are going towards. So this is what we're talking about today. The situation is not good. The sector has a lot of potential, and I'm glad we're having these types of conversations to try to change the way that things are going and to make a difference thanks to the sector. Okay. So let me go to this slide again. No, can we go back? Sorry, I was just talking, I was just framing things. No, so we're starting with what we're talking about today is enabling means of implementation. So let's start by sort of agreeing or understanding that the waste management sector is a value chain that involves multiple stages. Now you have collection and transport, you have sorting and treatment, you have energy recovery, and you have final disposal. You can cut these in various ways, but you have several stages. And these need to be looked at independently. They have context-specific realities, they have stakeholders, so they need to work independently and they need to work across the value chain. If one of these things breaks down, the whole system breaks down. So when we look at waste, when we talk about waste, we are talking about multiple moving pieces and all of them need to work for the whole system to be sustainable. And on top of that, for the system to work in the long term, it needs to be financially viable. I will talk a lot about that in my next slides. And it needs to be scalable. There's a lot of solutions that might work at the small scale, at the neighborhood scale, but you need these things in order to get to the levels that we need, to the urgency that we have now. These solutions need to be scalable at the city level, at the local government level, so that we can begin to manage the waste in an effective way. Next slide, please. So how do you make this happen? I'm going to focus on a couple of things that there's many factors that go into, as you can imagine, but I'm going to focus on the first one, on the most important one. And the first one is the importance of having the importance of having a strategic long-term plan in order to have a successful implementation modality for your solid waste management sector. This might sound quite trivial, but it is really surprising when you work with local governments to see how few of these local governments have long-term plans that looked at investment needs, infrastructure development, service provision, and targets in the long term. Cities are not looking at their population growth in the future, at the generation of the waste that is going to come in the future. And without doing that, as the speakers in the previous panel were saying, the investments are not going to be, most likely are not going to be in the right technologies, are most likely not going to be the right ones. There's a lot of resources that are going to be wasted on inefficiencies that are going to occur. So it is really critical to support cities and having a vision and sticking to it in the long term. Next slide, please. Second is really having access to sufficient resources to cover the cost of the solid waste management and circularity measures that are putting in place. That, in my view, is the most critical piece of having a system that works. Without enough resources to do solid waste management and circularity, the services cannot be adequately provided. Local governments typically typically spend a substantial share of their budgets in solid waste management services, mostly dedicating them to cleaning. And the overall service provision, in spite of the fact that a lot of resources are going towards it, the overall quality of the service is in low-income countries and low and middle-income countries, which is where the urgency is the highest. The service provision, the quality of the service is not the best. And it really boils down to the amount of resources that are spent and that are available to cover those services. It's not enough. It's not enough for capital costs, for the infrastructure that is required, for the equipment that is required, for the human resources that are required. And it's even less sufficient to cover the operational costs that will come from operating that system. Those are, in the long term, much higher than capital costs. So it is really essential that local governments, that cities, that governments understand the full costs of providing the service, and then that they generate the resources needed to cover the service. The services need to improve incrementally over time. Obviously, you cannot set up the best of technologies, the best of worlds from the beginning, but incrementally, you need to improve the cities need to improve the quality of the service, and for that, they need to have access to resources. Next slide, please. So how do cities do that? How do they match financing and sector improvements that are required for solid waste management services to improve and circularity to take off? As I mentioned before, you need to understand costs. Like really go through serious accounting and cost analysis for each step of that value chain, understanding where the money is spent, where the gaps are, and what needs to be financed where. Quantify those sources of revenues. What comes from budget transfers? What comes from tariffs? Who is being charged for what? What cross-subsidization can be used? Number 3, understanding possible revenue enhancements. And this is where circularity and resource recovery comes in very strongly. How does the city generate additional revenues from these waste streams? How do they sell the recyclers? To whom? How do they generate biogas? How do they get carbon credits? All of these additional resources that are in the mix that need to be that can be mobilized need to be brought into the sector so that service provision improves. Cities and governments need to understand what is the political and public support to increase servicing costs. First, you have to provide the service so that people are willing to pay more, and then you can only charge as much as people can afford. And that affordability is going to depend on the income level of the countries, the economic growth potential, and it will increase over time as the service is provided and economic growth continues. But you need to start at a place and you need to incrementally increase the resources that are generated. And then this plan that I was talking about before, these improvements need to be staged, they need to be planned. Where are they going to happen? How, over what term, in order for the system to improve? Oops, we lost the slides. I only have 2 more slides. Okay, thank you. Next. So what is the right implementation modality? Is it public sector led? Is it private sector led? Well, the colors are a little bit strange. Sorry about that. There's a lot of talk about the importance of bringing in mobilizing the private sector to improve solid waste management, to improve circularity. And that's absolutely right. The private sector is a key partner in this equation. But it is really important to know, and this is something that when we talk to our local government counterparts is not necessarily well assimilated, understood, is that for the private sector to engage in the solid waste management and circularity sector, the conditions have to be right. No, they have to be attractive from a financial perspective, from a regulatory perspective, and from a risk-sharing perspective. Otherwise, they will not come. And so we need to find, it is critical that the public sector, the city, the government creates those enabling conditions that are going to allow the private sector to come in, that is going to be make it profitable the private sector to come in at the large scale and at the small scale. Private sector doesn't necessarily have to be a large company, it can be a small company, it can be, but the conditions have to be right. And so it's this mix of private and public that is going to get you to the sweet spot, depending on your context. So what are the roles of the public sector? They are setting the regulations. They are providing the standards. They have to do the planning. They have to do the monitoring. Very importantly, they have to provide education and awareness raising so that populations and behaviors of the population change and evolve with the needs to manage the sector better. The private sector, in turn, brings in industry expertise, global knowledge, it brings innovation, service standards, efficiencies, a lot of great things, great assets that need to come into the sector to make it more efficient. So but these things need to come together in many combinations. There is not one best way of doing things, many combinations with more or less public and private participation in contracting arrangements that vary from just basic service provision to concessions and all kinds of PPPs that will bring financing from the private sector. But it all depends on where the baseline is and where the vision for the city is and how this partnership is developed. And then the private sector will come when those conditions are right. Next, please. This is my last slide. How then do you mobilize this private sector for waste management improvements and circularity improvements? What are these conditions that we're talking about? Essentially, I'm trying to summarize them here. It is sector environment conditions, legal and regulatory frameworks. It is really looking at the commercial viability of the sector. Are things in place? Are tipping fees in place? Are energy tariffs from energy recovery in place? Are there recycling revenues? Are these things established in terms of regulatory frameworks? Is there a market for this? How can that thing be incentivated? We need, and this is absolutely essential, robust revenue streams. If there is no money flowing into the system, or sufficient money, there is no way that the system is going to work, that the sector is going to advance. And the private sector will not engage unless the revenues are assured, constant, and certain for the future. Risk-sharing modalities. There's a lot of risks in the sector. There are many more risks than in other infrastructure sectors. So a way to cost share the risk between the public and the private sector is really important, and that's also an area where a very active role of the government can be very instrumental. And finally, availability of financing for that private sector. They will need to have access to money, to resources, to build things, to participate in projects, to share some of the revenue. So having that availability is critical. So the role of the public sector in mobilizing that private sector is really important. Having local governments understand that role so that they can plan together with the private sector partners and improve the long-term performance of the sector is really critical. That is the last slide in content of my presentation. I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion and to talking about these and other things that might come into play to improve the modes of implementation of sectors around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catalina, for laying out that framework around how to ensure the solutions that we are seeking can be sustainable while securing the financial viability and scalability of those solutions. We will move on to our next scene setter, and that is Dr. Alfayo Luta, who's a research fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute. Dr. Luta, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on where you are joining us from. My name is Alfayo Luta from the Stockholm Environment Institute. Stockholm Environment Institute is a global research institute working with governments, the civil society, the communities, as well as the private sector to address environment and development challenges. So we are located across the globe. We have almost 8 centers across the globe, and we are actively in Africa. We are based in Nairobi, and we are actively supporting the African governments, the African Union, as well as regional bodies like the East Africa Commission on strategies for circular economy, climate action, as well as bioeconomic development. So today I'm going to share some reflections on how governance and policy can unlock solutions in the waste sector. So I want to start by putting into perspective some of the numbers that you've been hearing since morning, and this is to make a case for my presentation. We've heard that waste sector contributes about 3 to 5% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and methane is one of the most significant greenhouse gas emissions that is coming from this waste. But we also understand that methane is 80 times more potent than the CO2 over a 20-year period. So what does this mean? This makes a case for reducing waste emissions. So it means, therefore, that reducing waste emissions is actually a climate priority. We've also heard from the previous discussions that without action, the global waste volumes are going to increase by almost 70% in 2050. So this means, therefore, that waste is not just a side issue. It's actually central to achieving climate mitigation goals. I also want to put into perspective, especially in the Africa context, that Africa generates close to 244 million tons of municipal solid waste. And you've also heard from the previous speakers that most of this waste is mismanaged. Either it's publicly dumped, open dumping, or there's a lot of burning. And with this burning, there's a lot of health risks. Also, one thing that to appreciate in Africa is that almost 30 to 60% of this waste is handled by the informal sector. And that's a key point to note. And every year we are generating globally, we are actually emitting close to 366 million tons of methane. So the current rate of increase in methane emission is just under 1%, when we should actually be reducing methane by like 5% if we are supposed to achieve the global methane pledge. So as you can see on the graph here, that the emissions, the waste is actually increasing, but also we have a lot of emissions that are coming from this waste. And you can see from agriculture and also from the waste sector, how much each sector contributes in terms of emissions. Agriculture contributes about 38%, as you heard from the previous discussions. Waste about 22% of the global methane emissions. So this also presents a huge potential for us in Africa and also across the globe, that with this waste, the huge volumes of waste also presents a huge opportunity for circular economy development. But this is only possible if we have the right incentives that will be able to advance the circular economy development globally. And as you can see on that chart, those are some of that's how we can be able to achieve circularity from the waste generated from either agriculture or other sources. So my presentation is about governance and policy. And we know very well that governance and policy can actually transform the ambition into action. Why do I say so? With good governance, there'll be good coherence and predictability. And I want to give some examples here. In many of our countries, waste, climate, and environment mandates are spread across multiple departments, multiple ministries, multiple sectors. So what does this mean? It leads to a lot of duplication and inefficiency. And I want to give an example of what happened in Kenya and also what happened in Rwanda. With the single-use plastic ban, it actually provided a unified policy. And that gave certainty to investors, it gave certainty to businesses, and it also shifted public behavior significantly. So by having a coherent and unified policy, we can be able to achieve some of the challenges that we are facing in the waste sector. Number two is about finance and technology deployment. We know that policies create signals that investors need. Without them, the private sector, the innovators will always hesitate to participate. And I want to give an example of China. When China developed the subsidies and tax breaks for recycling and the waste to energy project, it actually unlocked billions of investment, and it actually led to scaling up of various infrastructure, various of developed infrastructure that has now resulted in significantly reduced emissions. Why? Because they came up with what we call industrial symbiosis, where waste from one industry becomes a raw material for the other. And that actually resulted in increased waste recycling, and with the waste recycling, it reduced emissions from the waste. The other thing is about equity and inclusion, and there was a question from the floor about gender and how we can be able to involve everyone. We've also seen that most of the waste in Africa is actually handled by the informal sector. So if policies can be able to integrate the informal waste pickers, if policies can be able to integrate the women, if policies can be able to integrate the youth, it will not just create environmental outcomes, but it will also lead to social justice. And I'll give an example of Colombia. When Colombia recognized the informal waste pickers as service providers, it actually doubled the recycling rates in that country. And that improved their livelihoods, and also emissions from burning waste reduced. Because now the informal waste pickers were now recognized as service providers. So Good policy and good governance can result in equity and inclusion, and that will also help in reducing emissions that are generated from these sectors. The other thing I want to mention, and the importance of governance and policy and making the case, is about climate alignment. One thing we need to appreciate is that the waste strategies must always connect with climate commitments. And I'll give an example of Kenya. Kenya has just submitted its updated NDC. But what we see that NDC is the linkage between the Integrated Waste Management Action Plan and how that connects with the NDC. So this ensures that the local action contributes to international ambition. And this is what we are talking about. Can we be able to link most of the policies, most of the strategies to our international commitments that we've made? And also to mention some of the success stories for governance and policy in action. And I want just to say this, we know the European Commission developed the Circular Economy Action Plan. And this has actually helped in reducing emissions in the EU countries. And most countries in the EU have also adopted the circular economy agenda. For example, Hungary, for example, Slovenia and Spain. And we have also those countries that are developing their roadmaps like Portugal and Romania. Also, a good example is the China, which I just mentioned about their VAT policy on comprehensive use of resources, which has significantly reduced emissions and also increased technology uptake in that region. In East Africa, we have the East Africa Regional Bioeconomy Strategy, and I think this is the second bioeconomy strategy after the one that was developed in South Africa. So the East Africa Bioeconomy Strategy helps to recognize the value of circularity in different sectors, in sectors such as food security, in sectors such as health and well-being, in bio-based industrial development, as well as sustainable energy. And we've seen countries now adopting bioeconomy strategies because we are well endowed in Africa with so many bioresources. So, and most of our resources we always lose or use them in raw form, and sometimes we lose most of it as waste. So now with the bioeconomy strategies that countries in East Africa are adopting, and I want to say Ethiopia is leading in developing their own bioeconomy strategy. Uganda has started developing their own roadmaps for the strategy. Rwanda is in the process of developing their bioeconomy strategy, and this is actually expected to increase the circularity and reduce emissions because now we are going to make value out of the waste that is generated from the bioresources in East Africa. So these are some of the examples that I would give for the success, for importance of governance and policy, and making sure that we can reduce emissions with effective policies in place. And I also want to mention about what is happening with the cities. Now, most of the cities through the coalition of cities have adopted the zero waste roadmaps, and this we've seen in several workshops and meetings where cities have come up with their own action plan to reduce emissions. In the next 2 months, you'll be going to Brazil, and you'll learn how the municipal waste plan has also reduced waste in that country, and several other countries such as Kenya, Rwanda, that have developed their own policies and action plan and trying to reduce emissions. So despite all these success stories, there are also some challenges. One of it is policy fragmentation. As I mentioned, there's a lot of overlapping, several mandates cutting across so many sectors, this resulting in duplication and inefficiency. There are also challenges with data. And data gaps is a big challenge for us because for you to develop an effective policy, you need information, you need data, you need to know how much volumes of waste you are producing, what is the composition of waste, how much emissions are coming from this waste. But without this data, then it's very difficult for you to come up with an evidence-informed policy, and this is a big challenge. The other challenge is about the weak enforcement capacity. We have very good laws, we have very good policies, but enforcing them and making them work is always a challenge. And I was just having a discussion with a colleague of mine from India, and one thing that came through is how inadequate some of our policies are. We come up with good papers, but then there are no institutions to implement those policies. There's no finance to even implement and make those policies work. So if we are going to develop effective policies, then we have to make sure that those policies are adequate, ensuring there's proper institutions that will be able to action those particular policies. The other challenge is the exclusion of informal sector, and as I mentioned, almost 30 to 60 of our waste is handled by the informal sector. So there's a lot of burning that is happening, and with the case of Colombia, having recognized the informal sectors as service providers, it reduced a burning of this waste and emissions. So if we can be able to recognize and involve the informal waste pickers, involve the women who are also working in this sector, also be able to recognize the youth, this will be able to help in the inclusivity and also the social justice. The last thing is about equity concerns, which I've also mentioned, and also financing disconnect. And the last presenter just mentioned about how we can be able to enhance finance. And so what I would say here is that few fiscal incentives exist to encourage investment in recycling and circular economy investments. So we are expected to also ensure that there is proper incentives such as tax breaks if possible, like what is happening also in China, VAT refunds for some of those industries or companies that are involved in circularity. Then I'll talk about, lastly, about the enablers, or what we can do to make sure that this works, and I think I've alluded to some of these. One is about data transparency. I think it's important for us to build a robust monitoring, reporting, and verification to help quantify how much waste we are generating, how much emissions are coming out of this particular waste, and this will help to provide information that is key for evidence-based policy making. And we can do this through maybe developing national inventories or having open data dashboards for municipals, digital tracking platforms, and that will be able to provide real-time insights and evidence of policy making. The other one is about technology. We need to promote waste to value technologies, but we are also deficient. So one thing I'm calling here is partnerships. We have to be able to work together, involve the South-South, North-South partnerships, learn from each other, and that will help to encourage the deployment of technology in some of those countries that are deficient. And lastly is how we can be able to support innovation ecosystems, incubators, accelerators, the public-private partnerships that will help local entrepreneurs to also scale the circular solutions and adopt technologies. So this is some of the things that we are going to discuss in the groups. I know after this we are going to have some breakout sessions, but just how can we be able to bridge the national ambition and local implementation? What can we do to enhance proper enforcement and monitoring of some of these policies to make sure that our policies are working and also enhance inclusivity? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alfayo, for that presentation, which I think complements very well what Catalina just presented in terms of what do we need to be able to enhance the means of implementation. Since we are pressed for time, I'm going to ask the moderator of the panel discussion, Ms. Meredith Ryder-Rood, who's a colleague of mine. She's the Associate Vice President for Global Engagement and Partnership at the Environmental Defense Fund, to join us, and also the panelists who will be with her to please come on stage, and then Meredith will do the introductions. Thank you very much to our two scene setters, and over to you, Meredith.
Thank you so much, co-chairs. And I think we have one virtual panelist as well that I want to make sure we have Dr. Jinjin Ma online. And good afternoon, colleagues. It's lovely to be here with all of you. We have a challenge before us, panelists. The co-chairs are inviting us to be rich with our inputs and very efficient with our time. We'll have about an hour, and we don't want to keep you guys from lunch, nor do we want you to rush to the stage if we start to go over. So following the excellent first panel on best practices and solutions and the two scene-setting presentations from Catalina and Alfayo just now, we're going to hear from a panel of experts focusing on enabling means of implementation in the waste sector. We heard clearly from Catalina that for solutions to be sustainable, they need to be financially viable and at scale. And I also appreciated Catalina's emphasis on the importance of political and public support for the success of waste management efforts, which we will touch on briefly during this panel as well. In addition, Alfayo made the salient point that insofar as governance is concerned, the informal sector needs to be accounted for and included in policymaking to increase effectiveness and equitable implementation. So I think the scene has been set very well for this second panel. Let's zoom in on how to put these best practices and solutions into action, keeping sustainability, viability, and scalability in mind. So without further ado, and with the goal of keeping us to time, I would like to briefly introduce the panelists joining me today on stage and on screen. So we don't have everybody sitting in order, but maybe you guys could just raise your hand and then we'll get to you. So Dr. Satyendra Kumar from Niti Aayog, a national institution for transforming India, Ms. Davina Milenge from the African Development Bank, Dr. Junjun Ma, who's joining us virtually from the China Association of Circular Economy, Mr. Mohammed Sultan, Africa Lead for the Global Methane Hub, and Ms. Ursula Kaspekrek, Head of CHAMP, National Engagement at C40. So thank you all for being here. Your expertise is an important input to the breakout sessions later today, so keeping that in mind as you share some of your insights, that these will be used later on in discussions after lunch. Okay, so let's get started. I would like to kick off the conversation with a general question. Initially, I was hoping that all of you would be able to answer, but since we're trying to be efficient here, I'm just going to ask a few of you to respond. So from your perspective, your vantage point, what do you see as the most promising or proven strategies to enable means of implementation in the waste sector, whether through finance, policy, technology, or capacity building? And I wonder, Satyendra, if we could start with you, then I'd like to continue with Jinjin virtually and Ula. And as a reminder, we're hoping to keep you to 2 to 3 minutes each. Over to you, Satyendra.
Thank you, Meredith, and a very good morning to all the participants who are present in this room and who are joining online. And indeed, we have heard a lot about how the mitigation from the waste sector could be achieved through a lot of actions that could be undertaken by different stakeholders, particularly the governments, the local governments. In fact, the very particular question that is the promising and proven strategy that would enhance or enable the means of implementation, I see there is a definite need to change the way the waste is seen per se. Waste has to be seen now as a resource. And the moment we see waste as a resource and try to see the economic value generated from the waste resource and see that it is going to bring us money, see that it is going to bring us jobs. And this perspective of understanding the waste and as a resource is going to change the way the governments, whether these are the national governments or the local governments, are dealing with this waste issue. Right now, under this climate change, we have been talking about the waste as a sector which is contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, particularly the emissions coming from the landfills. Now, if we change our perspective and if we see that waste is a resource, so waste as a resource is going to contribute in two ways. In one way, all the contributions that would come as methane from the landfills, that has to be addressed, particularly in respect of the legacy waste dump sites across the world, across countries. And the second is the moment you see waste as a resource, you go about managing it in a manner that is going to give you value. And the moment you say that the West as a resource is going to give as a value, it takes us to the circular economy approaches. And that is the key, that the national governments have to understand that the West is a resource if we follow these circular economy approaches. And this is the main crux, that if the governments are going to have the political will to see West as a resource and act on it through circular economy approaches. The second thing which has helped many countries, including India, the moment it gets to the level of political will, the governments come up with their missions and vision of a mission of circular economy in India, vision of West to wealth. All these have contributed over the last decade in a very different way in addressing the West issue. The national budget, the public finance of the countries could be mobilized already, as we all know that West is one of the fundamental functions to be provided by the governments, be it the national government or the local government. The moment we see West as a fundamental function of the government, see West as a resource, and that too through circular economy approaches, and whatever budget is available with the government, whatever resources are there, then an action plan as highlighted by Marulanda, if I have spelled it wrongly, then just by our representative from the World Bank, that then the West has to be seen, then your budgets flow in that direction. And then you have a complete roadmap and a strategy put in place. And the proven strategy that I see is that you put your right policies and regulatory frameworks in place in order to build the confidence of the investors and everyone. It doesn't mean that you do not need resources from outside, and all the negotiations, all the talk that we have in UNFCCC process is not going to be there. It is going to be there. But this is something that the West is being managed by all the governments all through the time. And let's create a win-win situation. And if it is handled seeing through the perspective of resource, through the circular economy approaches, it is going to help us a lot to plan our national budgets and then scale it up, how to go about filling the gaps of the budget in regard to various West management streams. So that is how I would like to see and begin with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Satyendra. Can I invite Jinjin to join?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Ms. Meredith. This is Ma Jinjin from China Association of Circular Economy. It's a great honor to be invited to have such an opportunity to share China's practices in advancing the circular economy. So from my part, my angle is from the policy. So that actually Chinese government attaches great importance to developing circular economy. In fact, since 2003, pilot work on circular economy has been launched across China. However, China circular economy was first formally incorporated into national policy documents in 2005, marking a key from pilot exploration to systematic national promotion. Over the past 2 decades, developing circular economy has been regarded as impossible for building an ecological civilization, achieving the goals of carbon peak and carbon neutrality, and promoting the comprehensive green transition of economic and social development. So the circular economy has been integrated into China's national strategy, setting up systematic framework by the government to make a serious targeted deployments to push its in-depth development. So the framework is centered on the circular economy promotion as the first national law legislation, which is promulgated in 2008, supported by several regulations, rules, technical standards, and supplemented by relevant provisions in laws related to environment, resources, and energy. So it provides us with clear and systematic guidelines for advancing the circular economy. Beyond legislation, we have also established a set of regulations, such as interministerial joint meeting system to coordinate efforts across government departments, systematic evaluation system to track progress, and the EPR system, such as with the equipment, and with significant results. Besides that, the China financial and technological incentive policies are also the fuel for circular economy actions. We have set up several funds for circular economy development to support key circular economy initiatives. We also continue to scale up financial support for circular economy enterprises and projects through central budgetary investment, green credits, and green bonds, and etc. For taxpayer incentive policies are another major driver, relying on offering tax reductions to qualify the recycled products and enterprises engaged in comprehensive resources utilization. For tax policies, in 2021, the Ministry of Science and Technology established a special project entitled Key Technologies and the Equipment for Circular Economy under the National K-R&D program, allocating 2.8 billion yuan to focus on supporting technology for product eco-design, green supply chain construction, as well as the technologies and demonstrations for the systematic integration of circular economy in key regions. So driven by national scientific research work, China has developed a large number of advanced technologies with independent IP rights in fields such as clean production, comprehensive utilization of mineral resources, comprehensive utilization of solid waste, etc. And most important, these policies cover the full chain of production, distribution, consumption, and recycling. They have effectively encouraged all types of markets and entities to participate in circular economy practices. For instance, the policies to promote large-scale equipment upgrading and consumer goods trading. Therefore, so these efforts, the policy program turns circular economy goals into practical action in waste sector and beyond. So that is my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jinjin. And I appreciate now that we can see you on the screen. So thank you for joining us virtually. Ula, can I turn it over to you?
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So from our vantage point, working with cities, I think what's most important is the localization of any actions. We've heard a lot about governance and how the policies are implemented, and I think one point I really want to make is that waste is local, it's inherently local, it's about people, it's about spaces, and it's about health as well. So if we think about waste sector in those perspectives, it is really important to make sure that the local level of governance has the capacity to develop those strategies, to seek the financial investment that is needed for all of those different infrastructure solutions that we've heard about earlier. And we are seeing that this governance is not always the most streamlined. We've heard a lot in a synthetic presentation on how, there is a duplication of efforts sometimes across different ministries and different departments. I think there is also maybe sometimes lack of understanding of the division of responsibilities amongst the different levels of the government, because it's in many instances the waste is actually a devolved matter, the waste handling is devolved matter, and we've also heard a little bit about problems with enforcement. So that's where the implementation is the strongest, when you capacitate the local governments to enforce and really do engage with local communities. We've heard a lot about informal waste pickers, and those are some of the approaches that we are seeing that are working, but they have to be from the bottom up and at the ground level. Some of the other really interesting strategies that we are seeing is recognizing that the governance is a challenge, and then deploying initiatives such as the low methane initiative that already was mentioned in the previous segment. It's an initiative that's supported by 20 organizations. Global Methane Hub is supporting it. The Climate and Clean Air Coalition is providing operational support. And what it is looking to do is to pull resources from all of the different partners to support national and subnational collaboration to solve a problem related to waste management. For example, the collaboration is happening in Lagos, and there are other jurisdictions around the world that are really looking to strengthen that collaboration, focus on one problem, improve MRV. We've heard about MRV a lot as well, and use the data and use the pathways that are scientifically proven. So those are just a few opening remarks, but happy to go into detail later.
Thank you so much, Ula. I appreciate these opening insights, and I'm happy that there was a variety of different insights, from circular economy frameworks, incentives for technological solutions, comprehensive policies, and as well as looking at and reframing waste as a resource, which was a theme from the first panel as well. So let's get a little bit deeper now and go into some targeted questions for each of the panelists. So Davina, I'd like to turn to you first from the African Development Bank. What types of financing models or blended instruments has the African Development Bank seen as effective in scaling investments in waste management and circular economy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, as our senators have pointed out, finance is always the elephant in the room when it comes to this, especially for the African region. We are not short of ideas on this topic, but the issue is often, and sometimes it's not even the issue of lack of finance. It's often that the finance streams are disconnected to what is needed and tailored to the local context. I'll give an example. Last year or the previous year, the bank issued a sustainability-linked bond, oversubscribed, $1.2 billion. For the people involved in this sector, often it's waste that money. And so our financial systems have not been able to connect with the opportunities. Again, you read the data, waste is a 80 billion opportunity. So why isn't the financial sector involved? Clearly, it's something to do with the definitions, with the metric, with identifying and putting out there the opportunity for the financial sector to find it attractive. And so what we've done within the African Development Bank, trying ourselves also to understand the opportunity, was to create what we call the Africa Circular Economy Facility, first of all, to understand the opportunity. And so it's a very small finance trust fund of about $9 million. One, to understand the policy landscape on the continent. I understand what countries have circular economy policies and how they could be helped along the way. Two, to start at the bottom. Try to start the conversation with SMEs. As an MDB, SMEs is normally not our space. But until we create that opportunity, it will be difficult for the commercial banks and other banks to get involved. So in the Africa Circular Economy Facility, we have a program called Afri Circular. It's an innovation hub, ideally to start to handhold those businesses that are into this space. And that's where, especially for this continent, and as you saw in the first Sinseta, it is this region and the South Asia region where this opportunity is growing. And so trying to identify and map these and really accompany them, that's the space that we need to be acting in. And so with that, we've also created what we call the Africa Circular Economy Alliance, which is a network and a coalition of countries. We now have 17 member countries that partner with institutions that are in this space. I'm happy that the Ellen MacArthur Foundation is in this room, as well as many UN agencies that are part of this engagement in some bilateral governments such as Finland. So ideally what we are trying to create is create a coalition where we have a common African voice on this topic. So yes, just to conclude, one, it's not that there's no money, it's that we don't have the right projects, and we can't have the right projects when we don't have the right metrics. And two, we need to have enabling policies, and I'm happy that we've spoken a lot about that. But with these two systems created, I believe even within MDBs, let me also say that we have an MDB working group on circular economy. It's new, but it's evolving. And what we want to create is to have a common understanding on how to finance this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Davina. And maybe later on in the conversation, if we have time, when we're wrapping up, it might come back to you on this idea of metrics and also the partnerships, the alliances that you mentioned. Mohammed, I'd like to bring the Global Methane Hub's perspective into this. What have been the most effective strategies for mobilizing and channeling finance towards high-impact methane mitigation in the waste sector, particularly in contexts where capacity and resources are limited? Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. And first of all, thank you for having us here today. We're extremely pleased to be part of this very collaborative conversation and to bring the perspective from the Global Methane Hub. The Global Methane Hub, just by way of introduction, is a philanthropic vehicle that was created to support a global action towards achieving methane commitments. And we work with governments, multilateral entities, the research communities, civil society, and non-state actors across the world to help several actors meet their commitments of reducing methane emissions to meet our climate objectives. And we work primarily on looking at improving policy, data, and the adequate channeling of financing towards high-impact projects in particular in the most equitable and fair way. Maybe I'll just say one thing is that, just to zoom out a little bit briefly, is that if we're able to collectively reduce methane emissions by half in the next 20 years, that allows us to sort of slow down the rate of warming of the planet by 0.3 degrees Celsius. That's a pretty major objective and goal with real consequences, human consequences, and waste represents 20% of those methane emissions globally. So it is both a climate imperative, but as everyone has said, for many countries, it is also a social and economic and justice imperative. And that's how we see it at the Hub. When we look at finance, the first thing I'd say is that we've heard throughout the day that there are many things that we know can work in managing the mitigation of methane across value chains, across countries, and across systems. And so it is difficult, but it is doable. And so that also requires managing the political will and momentum, the fragmented policies, but also navigating behavioral change, but it is feasible. And we think that integrating this question of methane management as part of all those considerations actually creates a kind of a unique selling proposition for financial institutions that, because it merges kind of the opportunity to align climate finance with the Paris Agreement. And so it allows those financial institutions that are looking to meet their objectives to find something that's actionable, that's clear, and with where they can put their resources in. That's the first thing. The second is just thinking about the importance of data. Everyone has mentioned the question of data here, domestic data, global data. There's been a lot of improvements in the way that we're able to track methane emissions from satellites, drones, and sensors to detect hotspots, large plumes, and it shows us where, why, and how it's emitting, looking at the size, at the reasons, the size of open disposal sites, the poor quality and delays in covers, the deficiencies in pipeline connections, but it also helps policy and finance. And it's great that the World Bank was here. They have a large program as well on CH4D, CH for development. But I'll just say a couple of examples of how we've worked with, let's say, other development banks, including the Inter-American Development Bank, with which we have a partnership on the Too Good to Waste initiative that is essentially channeling close to $5 billion in investments in 20 different countries with potential abatement of 8 million tons of methane. And the way they're doing this is quite diverse. They're, first of all, looking at their own internal systems. Right? We think that there's a large pool of financial resources that are available, but that are probably not best guided in the most impactful ways. A lot of it is going to incineration, whereas there's a lot of opportunities to diversify that. So within the IDB, for example, they're improving the way that they're measuring methane mitigation levels and using those tools. This will be published in 2026 to apply as the official tool for the bank's loans. So targeting really the highest impactful projects along with the economic return by improving internal capacity. And this methodology is already being tested in Bolivia and Costa Rica and Panama, with innovation technologies like satellite imagery being used in the Dominican Republic. Right? There's also a big question about project preparation facilities, right? And the ability to invest properly grant and concessional money into developing a pipeline of projects that can absorb the kind of resources that we're looking at. And so they're doing this in through 14 initiatives in 10 Latin American countries, in Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic, and across many others. And we think that sort of this approach, where we're looking at working with these multilateral entities that have large sums of money, that have an opportunity to redirect it by improving their systems, quantifying potential reductions, but with still the objectives of creating economic returns and social benefits for the countries that they're operating, is a critical aspect of the work. We're also, we talked a lot about the taxonomy. We're working with the Climate Bonds Initiative, which is one of the foremost organizations out there, creating clarity for investors and for project developers on what constitutes methane abatement in the waste sector, clarifying for investors where their money goes and how that impacts abatement as part of potential bond issuance or thematic bonds issuance. And that guidance is going to be done across multiple sectors, including waste. It's also the case that there are somewhat innovative ways. We think of carbon markets, for example, with all the caveats necessary around the integrity of those markets and the verifications required. But if you think about Article 6.2 agreements, for example, in Ghana, the Click Foundation, which is a Swiss foundation that manages a lot of the offsets out of the country, has partnered with Ghana and has essentially laid out a commitment of $850 million across several projects in the countries that include waste-related projects on composting. So we're seeing here an opportunity to utilize diverse market tools as an opportunity to raise capital, but that requires, again, transparency, integrity, and more clarity over how over what it's used for and how we account for the emissions reductions and fundamentally the economic benefit that are associated for communities and for the countries. But I also want to say that it's not only about the multilateral development banks. This is very much also a local question. And in fact, in much of our research with many organizations trying to understand the financial flows, we see that domestic financial institutions are quite interested, and in fact are sometimes some of the primary interested institutions. They often do not have the capacity to assess projects that may be smaller in size or that may not reach the threshold of their investment needs. So there's a couple of things that are required. When pooling smaller projects together and aggregating them at a country level in order to be able to have both a distributed approach to project development, but also a potentially centralized one through much more clarified domestic policies, including and integrating community-driven approaches that are really going to be fundamental to the sustainability and the social impact. But when domestic financial institutions look at these investments, there's a need to look at the investment readiness, the policy and regulatory environment, the waste management infrastructure, potentially try to look at and quantify the co-benefits associated and the cost recovery and the revenue models as was described before. We think that philanthropic capital can help in pushing that forward. We're in conversations with many other institutions, including our good friends at the African Development Bank, to also support developments on that front. And I just want to touch just a little bit on capacity, since even though we're talking about finance, but it is critically important to ensure that within countries we're building up bottom-up capacity on this, and we have the privilege of being able to support many communities of practice that bridge the gap between science, policy, and finance. We have an African methane experts community of practice that's being developed out of Kenya with the Environmental Compliance Institute. Many of organizations here are part of it. We have some in Latin America, and we're seeing the potency of those also integrating South-South cooperation that bridges that gap, right? That knowledge gap, again, on policy, research, data, and transferring that into financial opportunities, both in the private sector, but also critically in the outlay of public resources, particularly for what concerns sort of distributed initiatives, utilizing tools like public procurement as well, that we've seen work out quite well in places like South Africa for organic waste, decentralized organic waste management. So let me stop now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. A lot in there that I think is of interest to this group for the breakout discussions, and hopefully we'll get some questions after we go through these targeted questions, because I think that particularly on the public-private partnerships, the measurement tools for banks, community-driven impact as well, those might all be areas of interest. And since we ended on the point on community-driven impact, I wonder if I might bring Ula back in here and to just ask a question on how can international platforms like C40 help cities access finance and technical capacity, particularly where enabling national policies, another point that's been brought up a lot here, may still be evolving.
Thank you so much. So that's a very interesting and good question for me. And C40 is not the only network that provides that support. There are many other networks internationally. We have ICLEI, we have Global Covenant of Mayors, depending on what kind of size of city or province or local authority we're talking about. Those different networks provide a lot of support. And what that support can look like, it can be knowledge exchange. So there are a lot of networks, meetings of mayors across the globe where a simple conversation can yield a lot of benefits in terms of just learning from each other how to solve the problems, how to improve the lives of their citizens. There are also more sort of structured support programs where the sustainable waste management plans are being developed. So C40 does support some of the cities in doing so. And then subsequently can take it forward so the plan will identify the high impact actions, and subsequently then the high impact actions could be turned into projects. But what we found is that identifying the projects is not enough, and through some of the work of the GCOM Gap Fund and the Covenant of Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa, there were projects when there was an investment in pre-feasibility study, so that actually we are not only having the project, but starting to move in that space where the projects are actually being able to attract the capital that is needed. There are other initiatives as well at the moment that are sort of stipulated thanks to the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships. So that's the sort of coalition of national governments that committed to working with the subnational governments. In some of these countries, what we are seeing is, again, that bringing together of different actors, the multilateral development banks, the subnational development banks, the overseas development actors, really coming together to understand what support is available and how can we distribute it. And the networks like C40, like ICLEI, like others, they are instrumental in making sure that there is a connectivity with some of the challenges that the cities have identified. And I'm going to close off with another very interesting case, which is the C40 Pathways Towards Zero Waste. It's a city-level strategy that supports Global South cities to improve waste management practices. And basically, by joining that pathway, the cities sign up for the pathway to commit to a 2030 target of providing timely citywide waste collection services, treating at least 30% of organic waste, and reducing waste disposal emissions by at least 30%. And some of the cities that are signed up to that commitment are Accra, Amman, Buenos Aires, Dhaka South, Durban, Freetown. Some of those that are part of this network. It's a very interesting network because the cities also talk with each other and support each other on that journey and share the experiences, which we found oftentimes is actually the best space, because as we've heard, political will is something that is very, very valuable in this space, and actually a mayor to mayor collaboration can stipulate and sort of boost that political will. So hopefully that's a good range of examples on how we can support that action from the local level, and hopefully then scale it up to other cities and regions.
Thank you so much, Ula. Satyendra, I wonder if we can get the perspective from Niti Aayog, and what types of policy and regulatory frameworks have proven effective in mobilizing finance and supporting subnational implementation. During the break just now, you talked a little bit about the need for political will and support, so I wonder if you can work that into your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. In fact, when we talk about the policy and regulatory frameworks, I consider these frameworks as the backbone to enable any kind of means of implementation. We have multiple examples. If we talk about the clear policy and regulatory mandates as EU has come up in respect of the landfill taxes and the recycling targets, or whether it be the clear policy frameworks, basically the regulations that have been put in place by the Indian government through the extended producer responsibility to transition to accelerate the circularity across a number of waste streams. So these are certain things that come to my mind and indeed strongly make me believe that until unless we have the right policies, right regulatory framework in place, it will be very difficult to create the kind of confidence among different stakeholders, including the citizens also, not to say about the investors who are very critical stakeholder of this entire ecosystem. Now, when I say the right policy and regulatory frameworks, I'd just like to highlight the role, how it is going to play in enabling any kind of means of implementation. But when I state that we need to put in place right policies and regulatory frameworks, there is one very fundamental assumption that I am making, and that is also to be addressed in the process of enhancing kind of mitigation in the waste sector, and that is the capacity to come up with the right policies and regulatory framework. And this is one of the fundamental aspects and the starting point of the journey of addressing the waste in see it as a resource and address it in a circular manner. So the moment you come to know about it and you have the idea how to navigate it, how to calibrate, how to go about framing different kinds of regulations across a number of waste streams, not to talk about the solid waste only. And the moment you see it from the circular perspective, through the EPR tool, I'd like to share with you that countries across the world, particularly the European countries, have come up with the EPR as a tool to manage waste. In India also, the EPR has been brought in under a number of regulations that address a number of waste streams. To talk a few, whether it be electronic waste, the battery waste, the waste tires, the plastic packaging waste, the end-of-life vehicles, or the used oil, and a number of others, even in construction and demolition waste. And this is very important to understand that how it is going to enable the means of implementation. So the EPR approach talks about a market-based, it could be a non-market, that could be seen, but market-based approach that India has adopted. It provides right signals to different stakeholders. The moment you mandate an extended producer responsibility on a producer, then it sends a signal to the entire system that of the circular economy, to recyclers, to the processors, that it is going to bring value. So a part of the mobilization of finance happens in this way. So a lot of recyclers would then come up. Not to say that this is going to address the full scale of finances that would be needed. Not to say that it is going to address the right kind of technologies that would be needed for recycling and processing. But it definitely provides the right starting point and the right enabling environment that enables mobilization of finances and technologies. Second very important thing through the right policy framework is, and what India has experienced in across countries, I have examples that they put in place their national programs and national missions. India's example of Swachh Bharat mission started more than 10 years back, putting in several billions of rupees, still insufficient to address, and that's why we are talking about how to go about and create enabling environment to mobilize finance. But there is a positivity around it. The moment you come up with your national missions like Swachh Bharat mission or any other, it creates that positivity amongst the investor. It gives you experience that brings in more and more people to align with that as part of bringing circularity. And over and above, what happens that it creates a system that is creating a win-win, wherein it is generating money everywhere. Thirdly, and very important, when you put in right policy frameworks, right regulatory frameworks in place, it also is important that we need to see it from the perspective of enabling finance. And when we say enabling finance, one very critical aspect I'd just like to highlight before all of you, when you understand the gap to have the right ecosystem in that particular sector or that waste stream, still the finances don't flow, and one of the reasons is that the cost of financing or the cost of capital for the developing countries is different for the cost of capital that is for a developed country. And this is one of the critical things that once the right policy and regulatory frameworks are in place, the countries across the globe, the finances institutions across the globe must treat all countries at parity, because this is a sector that requires money. Despite putting in billions of dollars worth of money through national programs and missions, still for a country of the size of India and for many others, it would require a lot of gap funding. It would require a lot of finance, concessional finance. So this, I'll just highlight one very critical thing and then close this thing. It's like a few days back only, we have also come up in India with a national mission on critical mineral. And that would be providing an incentive to the tune of about $170 million for promotion of recycling of the critical minerals from electronic waste and battery waste. What I mean to say is that the policy and the regulatory framework send the right signals that enable the right, provide the right enabling environment for the finances to flow and for the technologies. But it's not an easy path. That's just a starting point. And the caveat is that there has to be a capacity to move on this path. But still, that this discussion is on that for that thing, and we are all discussing in order to create a kind of ecosystem where the circularity in the waste sector could further bring in finance on its own through market mechanisms, and some finance where it could not be provided through the financial institutions. I'll stop here on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Satyendra. The point that you made on the importance of financial viability is something that came up in the scene setting, as well as on the earlier panel, from your perspective of ensuring that what the regulatory framework is doing is enabling finance. And also this point on cost of capital being more expensive in the global south is definitely something I'm hearing a lot of organizations are working on, and there's been a huge shift in focus to that, including with the G20 right now in South Africa and the Cost of Capital Commission. So I think that's a topic that I'm hoping there's going to be at least some movement on. And then interestingly enough, Ula, that also feeds a little bit into the point that you mentioned about investment and pre-feasibility studies that helps with that financial viability piece as well. We're going to move to a targeted question to Jinjin really quickly, but I wanted to mention for those out there on the floor that then we're going to open it up to you for some questions. So just to get those ready, and we'll invite you up to the mics to provide those questions in a minute. But Jinjin, if I could go to you, From the China Association of Circular Economy perspective, what are some examples of market-based or technology-led solutions that have shown strong mitigation impact in the waste sector?
Okay, thank you, Ms. I'll give some examples of some best practices in circular economy in China. I think especially for the industrial sectors, because I think industrial sectors has contributed the industry is for the energy intensive sector. So in China, 80% of industrial enterprises are concentrated in industrial parks. So I think first I can give you the example is China has been carrying out the circular economy transformation of the industrial parks. So in China, 80% of the industrial enterprises are serving as the key battlefield to develop circular economy. Actually, since 2011, the Chinese government has been implementing this work, and up to now, we have achieved the symbiosis coupling among enterprises, industries, and specific sectors, and realized the cascaded energy utilization, water resource recycling, and land conservation and intensive use, which significantly improving the efficiency of resource and energy utilization. Second is focused on the development of circular economy industrial chains. In key fields, we have explored and built a number of circular economy industrial chains, such as the chains for comprehensive utilization of smelting slag to produce building materials, and the circular chains from cascaded utilization of waste heat, residue energy, and the external supply of surplus energy. And the circular economy chains for the cascaded water utilization. And the third is emphasize the recycling of industrial waste in China. We have established a number of demonstration and meeting visits from the national level or the provincial local level, such as the basis for the comprehensive utilization for bulk solid waste, basis for comprehensive utilization of industrial resources, and those are for urban mining. So these are based on this size, we have cultivated a number of backbone enterprises engaged in waste the recycling, constantly raising the recycling level of industry in industrial waste in China. For example, Baowu Area Steel Group has implemented a zero off-site solid waste model, which aims to minimize the discharge of solid waste into society through comprehensive solutions such as source reduction, recycling, and co-processing of waste within the production cycle. So Baowu has successfully achieved nearly 100% internal utilization or treatment for internal solid waste, which ensuring no waste leaves So relying on the full chain efforts in China, I can give you some data. So in 2024, China's reduction of carbon dioxide emissions through the development of circular economy exceeded to 3.5 billion tons. And according to our CCE estimates, during the 45-year plan period, the comprehensive contribution rate of China's carbon emission reduction for developing circular economy will be expected to be reached about 30%. So that is my introduction.
Thank you so much, Jinjin. I really like your, both in the opening comments that you provided and now your focus on comprehensive approaches, because of course, with the circular economy, you can't remain siloed and looking at sectors more from a multi-sectoral approach in this regard. Thank you so much. I would like to open it up to the floor for your questions. Don't be shy. Means of implementation. All right, great. Please come up to the mic and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Ewan Lowe from the Green Climate Fund. I first want to say thank you very much to the organisers for bringing us all together and to the panellists for their contribution, which I think has been very important. From the Green Climate Fund, this space is a very important space, but I think fundamentally this is a development challenge and the climate aspects are secondary. And I really want to especially talk to the policymakers, the business people, the financiers in the room. What is the business case for the intervention here? The linear approach we currently have just now, governments are spending around $30 per tonne, $30 per tonne to bring waste to the landfills. And then they're typically dumping in landfill, and that has a cost of around $20, $30 per tonne. Except everywhere the landfills are full. So what's actually happening is this waste is leaking into the environment with an additional economic cost that is not quantified, coming back to the point on data. The opportunity is that if we can put in place a circular economy, these commodities are worth anything from $150 per tonne up to, when you process and refine, for example, PET, polythene plastic, it's worth up to $1,000 per tonne. So there is a significant revenue opportunity. And there is the opportunity to offset the need in landfill. And that is why we want a circular economy. But from a Green Climate Fund perspective, this also helps us address the hard-to-abate space of how do we actually reduce the carbon footprint in plastics production, in metal production, in cement production, etc. We have an opportunity to recycle resources productively and reduce the carbon footprint there. And we get the benefit of diverting waste from the landfill, and therefore we get the methane benefits. So a request before you go into the breakout sessions this afternoon. The Green Climate Fund has budget for every developing country for readiness and preparatory support. $4 million per country. A portion of that can be used to look at how do we address this space. But to everybody in the room, we're looking at very much the same issues, the same challenges. How do we do the capacity assessments, the gap analysis, to look at what do we need to do to make these changes? How do we put in place the right policies and regulatory frameworks? A request to the panel is to talk through what is an ERP, because I think that's an extended producer responsibility. Policy is key to making this market work. But also, as we come out of these 2 days, to try to say, well, how do we then tap into the resources that are available? So we're defining what is the business case and the needs to take to policymakers, to business investors, decision makers, so that we can then also see how we can bring in the concessional finance. And again, GCF is sitting in a space where we can de-risk investments in this space. So I just want to put that to the room as a general request, but also I would maybe ask if you can just talk through why do we need to extend it to producer responsibility policies to give that comfort to everybody in the room? Thank you.
Thank you, GCF. I'm going to ask for the European Union, and then we have a request online from Saudi Arabia, Dr. El-Nakar.
Thank you, moderator. I will take the mic like this as well. It's more convenient. Yeah, we really appreciated the attention that was given to enable policy and regulatory frameworks, and in particular mentioning an example of extended producer responsibility. This has also been successfully applied in the EU, making producers more responsible for the whole life cycle of the products that they are producing, and giving incentives through modulated fees for a better design and for design of products that are more easier to reuse and to recycle. Another very simple example is was also mentioned, and that we also have in the EU, is the Single-Use Plastics Directive, where a very simple measure of banning single-use plastics, just like straws and plates, really had a very big impact and was easily accepted by the society and contributed significantly to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and reducing marine litter, for example. And I wanted to ask a question to the speaker of the World Bank. She talked about the importance of de-risking to mobilize finance, and often, how would I say, and the colleague from the GCF talked about moving from a linear to a circular model, and the risks of the linear business models are often perceived to be lower than the risks in circular business models, while there is also, as we have seen over the last years, a concrete risk of supply of raw materials, for example, and which can have a huge impact on the business as such. And my question would be, what can be done from the public level to, let's say, to help to make this change and to have the real risks reflected, and to that way to also contribute to redirect the investments to the more circular models. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. I'd like to invite Saudi Arabia online, Nasser Odeh.
Hello. Thank you very much, and thanks to all the panelists for the very useful session. I have a quick note, and perhaps also would like to hear from the panelists and their views on this. I mean, obviously, it was mentioned that waste is a resource. I'm actually from CAPSAR, King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center in Riyadh, based in Riyadh. And we really even go further to define waste as actually a climate mitigation tool. Basically, it's not just waste. It's not just for being recycled or recovered, and not even just for utilizing to generate electricity or heat. But it can be even actually waste systems can be designed to generate negative emissions. That is carbon removal through the biogenic content of waste. And then obviously the capture of the CO2. There are examples worldwide. For example, now in Norway, Fortum, they are designing energy from waste and integrating that with the CCS cluster. Same thing with the C4 Copenhagen cluster. Several UK examples where now funding is actually being provided for energy from waste with CCS. And so, the question is whether you think that coordination between like waste industry, for example, and larger industries such as oil and gas, where basically integrating energy from waste with CCS hubs and networks, can perhaps help the waste sector perhaps obtain and achieve funding, leverage that benefit of achieving negative emissions to offset future residual emissions. So I would like to hear from the panelists what they think about integrating CCS with energy from waste, and how easy would that, or how would it help the waste sector basically achieve funding? For example, mechanisms such as the CFD, Contract for Difference, or renewable obligation certificates, or maybe funding which is provided to CCS plants can also be leveraged for energy from waste plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasser, for the comment and the question. We have one more, and then I'm going to close the floor from the UK, please, and then we will get the responses from panelists.
Hi, thank you so much for this interesting discussion. I have two questions, if I may. So really interesting to hear from the panel these really detailed and technical assessments on enabling means of implementation, and appreciate that there are a lot of nuances depending on factors such as the domestic context, but we will come together at COP30 to discuss. So I welcome thoughts from the panel on the sort of high-level signals that we can send as a result of those discussions to support enabling means of implementation across those very different geographies and contexts. And a second question on devolved approaches versus the benefits of common approaches. So it was highlighted that devolved approaches can lead to issues, and how alliances and coordination can bring different countries or regions' policies together. Do you have any further suggestions on how to avoid diverging policies between countries or regions, whilst also being mindful of local context? In the UK, waste and circular economy is devolved across the 4 nations of the UK. So a very relevant question for us as we develop our circular economy strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, UK. So I'm going to invite Davina to respond to the question from the EU first.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll respond in relation to de-risking instruments. Indeed, it's a very tough question, as we also facing scaling down of external public funds. So I think in terms of de-risking, at least in the African context, we're looking at the opportunity for national development banks as well as commercial banks, because that's a space where there's growth. And oftentimes, it's a case of where they've issued bonds, sustainability-linked bonds. They've been oversubscribed, meaning that there's appetite for sustainability-linked products. So what is the problem? The issue often is that the investment officer has work to do in terms of identifying those opportunities. So we're focusing on training and awareness through associations of DFIs. On the continent, you will notice that we have the African Association of Development Institutions that has a climate-related subcommittee looking at these opportunities. We have a lot of central banks and the regulators getting into the space or adopting ISSB standards, all that bringing that angle to the financial sector. So with those, with the domestic financial institutions being aware of the opportunity, we believe as MDBs in this space, it becomes easier to blend finance, especially now that we have a situation where there's not a lot of external or concessional financing. This is a good space for the private sector to crowd in. Now, what will that take? That will take a bit of support from, especially around capacity building. And indeed, since this question was asked by the EU has an EU Circular Economy Resource Center. So I see this as an opportunity to collaborate too. Again, on the policy side, let me say that in July, the African Union Commission launched the Africa Continental Circular Economy Action Plan. That is a directional document for us as actors in this space, that we have a common definition of what circular economy is and avoid any circular greenwashing of projects. So with those foundations in space, and I think let me respond very quickly to the last one on partnerships. it is important that we build the coalitions. I mentioned about the Africa Circular Economy Alliance. Earlier on the panel, there was the Latin America Circular Economy Alliance. I know we are coming to India for the World Circular Economy Forum. So these South-South cooperations around these topics really build the space on innovation, because there has to be some level of appropriate technologies as we build from the bottom up. So de-risking instruments, very key. We need the blended finance, concessional finance space must happen for this to run. But I really believe that there's potential for domestic resources to be leveraged, and so those tools need to be engineered and fast-tracked. Thank you.
Thank you, Davina. And for the question from the UK, Ula, I wonder if I might direct those questions to you.
Thank you so much. That's a very good question, and I think in terms of how do we avoid divergence in the domestic policy when there is a devolution, I think in the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships, which UK is a member of, there is a very strong guiding principle of collaboration and consultation, and I think that's something that can really help to unify some of the approaches, but I think also there is a role for the national policy to send some of those signals. So that's certainly something that we would recommend, perhaps from that perspective. But I will actually tie it a little bit to the first part of your question, because I think spaces like this and the international forums can also send extremely great signals to devolved administrations and governments around the world. I think increasingly those governments do pay attention to some of the results and outcomes of the deliberations at the international level. So I think having some signals coming from spaces like COP30 and other places where the waste sector is being discussed can help to guide that policy in sort of a very high level, and there is a constituency, local government and municipal authorities constituency, which does provide some of the insights on what the local governments would like to see in spaces like the mitigation work program or other work programs and negotiations. So I think this is something I would say is important to pay attention to, that there are already some requests from the local governments in terms of sending signals from spaces like here, like international deliberations, which can be helpful to then filter down to the domestic policies. But then to conclude, I think there are also many guidances and many good practices around the world and around the networks that we represent, but also many people around this table have been excellent at supporting to unify sending the signals, and also the high-level champions, for example, have been really great at doing that. So I think across all of those things together, I think all of those things can help to avoid divergence, but I think the consultation and that domestic collaboration is probably the key in that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ula. And then, Mohammed, I wonder if I might direct the question on waste as a resource to you, whether you think there can be an integration with DCS, if I understood the question correctly. Thanks.
Thank you so much. It's a great question, and I don't actually have an answer for you, but what I can do is I'm certainly redirect that to our team and connect with our team of researchers. I'd love to understand a bit more what is being proposed on that connection, on that front, and certainly happy to make the connection with our research team as well to deep dive. But I was just going to pick up very quickly on the GCF, if I may, just echoing and thanking the GCF for the intervention, and I think there's a tremendous opportunity for synergies. I think many countries are taking opportunity to develop national plans, particularly in waste and emissions management and overall economic cases, and there is quite a wealth of opportunity to connect that to potential additional resources to build up capital, either from GCF or others. So I think that's an opportunity to think about how we connect the dots in a much more deliberate way, not to miss opportunities. And I thank you for raising that, especially the economic case and the developmental case as well.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. I appreciate you responding to the GCF question as well, or comment. Colleagues, with that, we are well into the lunch hour. We are going to close. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And then I'd like to invite the co-chairs back up for a few, or just Gao, back up for a few remarks before we break for lunch. Panelists are dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. And also we'd like to thank you for your patience for after this very heavy morning session. And I don't want to stop you from your lunch, but just have to say something about the arrangement of this afternoon. So the planned breakout discussions will build on the themes and the issues highlighted during the scene setting sessions through the presentations and also the panels. And in the afternoon, in the breakout sessions, we expect participants will engage in sharing best practices and solutions with a view to exploring key aspects for mitigation actions in the West sector. And under this area of discussion, there are two themes drawn from the scene setting presentation and the panel discussion, and we will break out into two groups over the course of the day, and with two groups convening in parallel during each round of the discussion. And each of the two breakout groups will focus on a distinct thematic area. And participants will stay in the same room throughout the breakout sessions, and each round of the discussion will run for approximately 75 minutes. And the two themes discussed during the breakout sessions after lunch will be the first one, the waste management reduction and prevention. And the second one would be the circular economy approach. And in the first round of the discussion after your lunch, we will, in meeting room 2, meeting room 2 will be moderated by Angela, and the topic will be waste management reduction and prevention. And in parallel, we will have in meeting room 5 to be moderated by me, and the topic will be circular economy approach. And then after that, after break, we will have the second round of discussion, and it will be reverse. So in meeting room 2, Angela will moderate the circular economy approach. And in meeting room 5, I will moderate waste management reduction and prevention. And for each thing, there are guiding questions that you will have seen in the agenda. And in order to allow for inclusive and engaged participation, you will be able to choose your preferred breakout room. When doing so, we only ask you to be mindful of the overall balance of the participants in each room in terms of numbers. And that will help us with managing the time and also ensure that we are able to hear all voice. And in the breakouts, we encourage all participants to engage in a conversation and dialogue with one another, openly, actively, and creatively, rather than only provide prepared statements. And we also encourage you to respond to views that are being shared by others and to avoid repetition. And for virtual and in-person participants, we will have the mirror boards in the breakout sessions. And just to reiterate that the mirror board is only for the opportunity for inclusiveness and for participants who may be in different time zones and for who may be not able to speak during the session to also share their experiences. And please always indicate the name of parties or organization you represent when you provide inputs through the mirror boards. And there will be an opportunity for participants to be part of an interactive exercise at the start of each of the breakout sessions, and we will give further details on the activity in each of the breakouts. And the same activity will take place in each room. And the outcome of this work program rests on your active participation, and we are looking forward to the focused exchange of views, information, and ideas with you. And with that, we will break for lunch, and we'll meet in breakout sessions at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So wish you a fruitful discussion during the breakout session, and bon appetit. Thank you.
And colleagues, two more announcements. One again on the lunch options. There is a food court outside. There's also a cafe on site, so you don't need to leave the venue. Just find your way to the lunch options. Those colleagues that need the refund for their visa, in case you have paid for your visa, please go to the visa office. It is open only today, so please do that today, so that that get refunded. Thank you.